Morning.
Okay, could I welcome everyone back to day 2 of this inquiry into the construction of 11 turbines and associated infrastructure and land at Narachan Hill, east of Tainlow and Argyll. Did I just check everyone can hear me? Okay. Just for the benefit of everyone who may be joining us either in person or watching online, my name's Lorna McCallum. I'm the reporter appointed for the consideration and reporting on this application to the Scottish Ministers. And participating again today, I see Mr. Hardy and Mr. Gregg, and we're joined by Dr. Guy Wimble. As with yesterday, this inquiry is being live streamed, and by taking part today, you are consenting to the recording, the storage and use of this material for webcasting, training, keeping of records, and making the records available to the public. So yesterday we heard evidence from Sam Oxley on behalf of the applicant. Today we will hear evidence from Dr. Guy Wimble on behalf of Nature Scott. And as with yesterday, there'll be reference throughout to various core documents. The list dated the 3rd of March on our website will allow anyone watching to keep track of which documents we're referring to. So before we proceed, does anyone have any preliminary matters today?
No, not from outside. No, we're good to go.
Okay, so I'll address the various matters relating to closing submissions and the following timings at the end of today's session. But if I could hand over now to Mr. Gregg for your witness, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Seem to be having an IT issue here. Bear with us. Looks like the webcam feed's just dropped away.
That's okay. Take your time.
Okay. Apologies for the delay, ma'am. I think that's us back up and running.
Sure, that's okay. Thanks.
Okay. Right, I'll begin then. The witness for Nature Scott is Dr. Guy Wimble, Technical Director at Ironside Farah. His professional expertise and experience is detailed in his CV, which is produced as the appendix to his expert report, and reference can be made to that. In the interest of time, I just propose to take Dr. Wimble's precognition as read, if you're content with that, ma'am.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wimble, good morning.
Good morning.
A few introductory questions. How familiar are you with the Kintyre and Arran landscape?
Well, I'm familiar with both Arran, both on a personal level and on the professional level, and Kintyre I've visited mainly in respect of work reviewing various wind farm applications.
And have you undertaken fieldwork for the purposes of this assessment?
Yes, I have, but in this case only on Arran, mainly within the National Scenic Area.
And can you talk us through the fieldwork that you undertook on the North Arran?
Yes, it was fairly early on in the project. There was a good weather window, so I went to Arran for a couple of days last December and basically visited the main viewpoints and the main area of interest on the west coast over a period of 2 days. And in that, I visited all the coastal viewpoints from Loch Ranza in the north down to Macquarie Bay in the south. And I also ascended the Pernmill Hills, Mullach Viewy, and on 2 evenings I was able to visit locations in the dark, although not the summit of Mullach Viewy due to time constraints and the obvious issues of being on my own in winter in the dark on an unfamiliar mountain.
Yes, that sounds entirely sensible. From your fieldwork that you undertook, how would you describe the baseline?
The baseline, I suppose, in a way, I could almost describe it how it contrasts in some ways to the areas I'm more familiar with in Arran, which is the eastern mountains and the east coast and Brodick. In that, while this bears some similarities with mountains and coast, it's very different in some other ways. It's certainly not quite so spectacular in terms of the mountains, but has much more of a feeling of isolation and tranquility, as does the coast, because fewer people come round to visit this side of the island, and it's still very scenically attractive. Obviously, another difference is, especially when you're in the confines of the coast, is your views are very much constrained to looking over the Kilbrannan Sound towards Kintyre, which tends to fill the horizon and sometimes visually merge, if you look up or down the coast of Arran, visually merge with the coast of Arran itself, close enough to actually seem like they're on the same landmass sometimes, though obviously not if you're looking directly out from Pernmill. And when you climb up the mountains, you get more of a sea and islands view than you do from the east of the mountain, but from the eastern side of the National Scenic Area. So very much a place to be in the sunset. And at night time, it's very dark, more so than on the eastern side, because there are very few lights on the island itself or visible on the Kintyre Peninsula, certainly at the closest part of the peninsula.
Thank you. Now, this is a question that I put to Ms. Oxley as well, but just for your thoughts, how do landscape and visual impacts, including the impacts of aviation lighting, relate to and inform assessments on the special landscape qualities of national scenic areas? Well,
they are, if you like, the sort of baseline hard information that you garner to provide a platform on which to undertake the assessment of special landscape qualities. So really, in undertaking the landscape and visual impact assessment, you obviously do a lot of your field work, make sure that no stone is unturned, and get your baseline descriptions and so on. And that provides, if you like, the platform. However, the assessment of special landscape qualities goes on one further from that in terms of how you assess the effect on the individual or people who are experiencing the area. So rather than the sort of more objective mechanical assessment that you might apply with low, medium, high, and so on with LVIA, you tend to become much more descriptive. This is what the guidance encourages, and look at your impressions. So in my report, I've tried to, both in the landscape and visual section and in the AESLQ, I suppose elaborate or enhance the description of how the place seemed to me.
Thank you. There was some discussion yesterday about cumulative impacts and the approach that's been taken by both yourself and Miss Oxley. Do you have any further comments to make on that topic?
Well, I don't wish to dwell too long on the topic, but because I've explained, I think it's section 4 of my report in detail, the basis on which I would approach a cumulative assessment in order to make it clear why I might have certain reservations about somebody else's cumulative assessment. And I think the story is really that I found the cumulative assessment slightly confusing in the FEI and SEI because of this apparent confusion over what total impacts meant. And I was really unsure whether the additional effects of the proposed wind farm were being assessed or whether the total effects of all the wind farms were being assessed. However, Ms. Oxley's report was able to clarify most of that, except I think there was still some dubiety in my mind about total effects. I've made it clear that I understand total effects to be the effects of all the wind farms combined, including the proposed wind farm. And I think yesterday we looked at the methodology in the FEI in Appendix 6.1, and that appeared to imply the same thing. Whereas Ms. Oxley's description of the two different scenarios seemed to imply something different. I think she's clarified it yesterday in that I would expect scenario 2 to have a higher total effect, not necessarily always expressed in terms of the level high, medium, low, but because there would be more wind farms, there would be more of an effect on a view or the landscape. And the way it's expressed in the applicant's case appears to indicate that it has a lower effect. My understanding is that she is saying that is an effect over and above what would be encountered in scenario 1. My approach would simply be to take each scenario as it stands and undertake an assessment separately for each scenario. The main point I wanted to get across really was that we are in a situation here where there's a gradually accumulating baseline of wind farms to which this would be a significant addition. And obviously the direction of travel in scenario 2 may lead to stronger, more significant effects on the National Scenic Area.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. There was also some discussion yesterday about the relevance of visitor numbers to landscape and visual assessments and separately to assessments on special landscape qualities of national scenic areas. Do you have any further comments to make on that topic in light of the discussion yesterday?
Well, I think, again, the discussion yesterday, if I might deal with the special landscape qualities assessment first, made it fairly clear that the assessment of SLQs is not reliant on visitor numbers or numbers of people experiencing the area. It's assessing the intrinsic quality of the area as would be experienced by one or more people. Now, there is some debate in LVIA about visual impact assessment as to whether the sensitivity of a receptor or a viewpoint location is partly dependent on the numbers of people that visit that. My approach would be that that is a matter to be considered outside of the landscape and visual impact assessment, and that simply it is the activity and expectations of one or more receptors and the importance of the viewpoint as indicated by things like whether it's a known viewpoint or a visitor destination or a settlement. And so my assessment of sensitivity for visual receptors would be independent of the number of visual receptors, but clearly when considering the scheme in the round, in the balance, the number of people affected might wish to be, should be considered. I would add one final point in relation to SLQs, is that in some cases, an SLQ may be enhanced in its intrinsic importance by the fact that there are very few people that would experience it, which in a way is a contrast to much of our experience of the world. So in a way, that would elevate the intrinsic importance of a particular SLQ. And I think that would be perhaps a more important consideration than the number of people that visited it. In fact, the quality might be lost if a lot of people visited it. It's a bit like contrasting the, in a sort of less extreme way, the east and the west side of the National Scenic Area and Arran.
Thank you. Turning then to go through the various assessments, starting with landscape. And this is something I discussed with Ms. Oxley yesterday as well. I understand you're largely in agreement with the applicant in the assessment of landscape impacts. I discussed with Ms. Oxley yesterday that some of the key characteristics of the LCTs, the landscape character types, contain visual elements. So can I ask, how can one reach a conclusion of not significant for a landscape character type with visual elements and also find a significant impact on special landscape qualities of a National Scenic Area?
Well, again, I'll start with the approach to LVIA as I see it, which is obviously we're asked to assess two different impacts. There are landscape impacts, which are or landscape character impacts, which are effects on the character of an area of land or sometimes sea or town. And then there are visual impacts, which concentrate on the effects on individual receptors, as we've just been discussing, who might experience these landscapes. So I feel that although the descriptions and the character and qualities of many areas of landscape are not just dependent of what's within that particular area, but are often also dependent on their surroundings, their adjacent landscape or seascape character. However, there are relatively few landscape areas which are mainly dependent on their surroundings, and rather they tend to be more dependent on what's within those areas, and sometimes even as to how they appear from other areas, rather as Arran appears from the surrounding area of the Clyde estuary. or the Firth of Clyde. So given that we're assessing visual effects anyway, I put a lesser weight on the visual element in making my assessment of effects on landscape character. However, when it comes to SLQs, it's clear that they relate to a quality which is perhaps more difficult to understand, more subtle, which is the overall experience of an individual or individuals within that particular landscape. So I think that the visual element has a stronger or a greater weight when assessing SLQs than it does when assessing effects on landscape character.
Thank you. That's helpful. Turning to the visual impacts, again, understand you're largely in agreement with the applicant on the assessment of visual impacts. Can we go please to Ms. Oxley's report, which is CD 15.033. And I'm looking to go to paragraph 5.29, which is the paragraph that I discussed with Ms. Oxley yesterday. You have that?
Yes, I do.
So we read here, leaving aside the uncertainty of NatureScot's assessment for Goat Fell, it appears that there is agreement between the applicant and NatureScot as to the location of significant visual effects, i.e. viewpoints 10, 13, and 22, including the settlement of Pernwell itself, the closer, within 11 kilometres of the nearest turbine parts of the C147 road, and the closer, within 11 kilometres of the nearest turbine sections of the Arran Coastal Way between Imachra Point, and which also passes through Pern Mill. And I think in cross-examination, Ms. Oxley fairly agreed that we could read within 12 kilometres of the nearest turbine for those sections. If we could also please look at her appendix C1, which is the figure C1 rather, which is on PDF page 117. And yes, figure C1. I also discussed this with Ms. Oxley yesterday, and I asked what the extent of significant effects would be approximately with regard to the western coast. And I had noted Ms. Oxley's evidence as being that the significant effects would extend from approximately viewpoint 22 in the south there to approximately where it says Area A at the north. What's your position on that?
Well, in my inquiry report, I've given an approximate span of that coast where I think the effects are likely to be significant on people engaged in activities, certainly recreational activities along the coast, maybe not driving a bus. And you would need to blow the map up slightly to read the OS writing, but in the north, it's at the point a little bit north of Thundergay, which is towards the coast west of AP4. So where the coast starts to tail round into a shallow bay further north is where I imagine the effects are likely, any significant effects are likely to tail off. And then from the south, if one was approaching from the south, I would say approximately at Duggery Point, which is about 14 kilometres out, if you read it against the the 15-kilometre circumference, where the ZTV pinches in to the coast.
Okay, so fair to say there's large agreement there then.
Yes.
I think it's only fair that I put the viewpoints to you, which I discussed with Miss Oxley. Could we please go to viewpoint 10, which is Pern Mill? Happy to go to the wire lines, which are CG 05.017. And I'm looking at SEI figure 628B. Shows the Narachan turbines in the wire line on the foot of the page there.
28.
AS 628B.
B. Oh, sorry, I thought you said E. Yes. Okay, yes, I have that.
Okay. Again, as I mentioned yesterday, I do find it helpful to zoom in a little bit so you can see Jukerin Hill, Narachan, Kur, High Constellation a little more clearly. Can you help us understand the impact of the proposed development from this viewpoint?
Well, the impact of the proposed development is to extend turbines further south on the horizon. At this level, the viewpoint is at a point where the existing wind farm Kur and Narachan would partially overlap. As we've seen, the relationship between these two wind farms changes as you go up or down the coast. So at this point, it both extends and consolidates. I think the term is what the applicant, that's the term the applicant uses. So you see it's a significant extension if the existing wind farm of Kur is considered, and still a notable extension if we imagine that High Constellation has been constructed as well. The main thing we notice from viewpoint 10 is, well, there are two things that we notice that, to my mind, and this is perhaps something where I might disagree with the applicant, the Narachan turbines are demonstrably larger than the Kur turbines, despite the fact that they're behind them. Although I agree they appear much the same size as the High Constellation turbines. And the second thing we notice is that in contrast to how Kur and High Constellation largely appear at this viewpoint, Narachan is clustered into three clear groups, and obviously there's some indication of a fourth clear group on the right-hand side behind Kur, although that wouldn't be apparent because of the movement of the turbines. So that contrasts with the rather more spread out, apparently random arrangement of the other two wind farms and indeed of Jukerin Hill.
Thank you. While we're on this viewpoint, actually, there is some criticism in the applicant's report regarding an alleged inconsistency with NatureScot objecting to Narachan but not to High Constellation.
Mm-hmm.
Can you please explain your view on any distinction you'd like to draw between High Constellation and Narachan?
Well, I think if it was simply on the what I call primary, or the effects of Narachan itself in the daytime, then they might have a point. However, if you consider two additional sets of effects, which are firstly the cumulative effects, and secondly the effects at night time, then those are two differences between Narachan and high constellation. First, considering the cumulative effects, we realise that Narachan is being inserted into a more developed situation than high constellation was at the time it was being considered. And as we know, by the applicant having withdrawn the 17 turbine scheme and gone for the 11 turbine scheme, there were concerns about all 4 wind turbines in this scene merging into one rather spread out cluster. Obviously, from this viewpoint, it doesn't do that. However, what it does do is it's starting with a more developed baseline and extending it. And as we would see from other viewpoints, particularly further to the south, that extension becomes more apparent. So this is something where one might actually consider the total impact as opposed to the additional impact, because there's a bit of a sort of self-fulfilling rule or prophecy here that, you know, the more wind farms there are, the less the effect of adding a wind farm to that baseline would be, and without any consideration of what the end result might be, then you might think the more the merrier. But here, what we're starting to see, and if we go to other viewpoints, we would see more, is that a large spread out group is developing that is working its way towards Dukerin Hill, although it still has a reasonable gap to the north. And this is beginning to break up the pattern of limited clusters of turbines separated by large spaces that's described, for instance, in the Argyll and Bute guide capacity study, or indeed in the wildland area description. So that's the cumulative concern. And then finally, I think, as the applicant points out, yes, there's obviously the lighting as well, which is a novel factor that certainly High Constellation has approved, does not have.
Thank you. Shall we have a look at some of the other viewpoints then? Perhaps viewpoint 13 next, up the Western Hills. That's the next core document along, so CD 05018. And I'm looking at SEI figure 631B. You have that?
Yes, I have that.
Again, I find it quite helpful to zoom in a little bit so we can see the relevant, the detail of the relevant wind farms here. Can you also help us understand the impact of the proposed development from this viewpoint?
Yes. You can better see the relationship and the scale disparities between the various schemes, because you have better understanding of where Narachan sits in relation to the other 4 schemes, and particularly in relation to Kur and High Constellation. So I believe yesterday you used a term that perhaps landscape architects wouldn't use professionally, which is that Narachan appears to loom over Kure, which it obviously doesn't appear to do so much when you see it from the coastal level. However, what it does show is that anyone can see that Narachan is set behind Kure, and yet the turbines appear much larger. So not only do you understand that they're larger, but there is a sort of reverse perspective effect here that exaggerates that understanding. So you can see they are very much larger than Kure. You'd also see this on a windy day when the turbines are all spinning, that, you know, in the manner of a giant, the Narachan blades would be spinning much more slowly and ponderously and covering a much larger swept area than those of Kure. Now, visually, if you look at Narachan and High Constellation, they appear to be much the same size, and I've actually, you know, blown them up on screen and measured them, and yes, they do, you know, visually and measurably, they are the same size from this viewpoint. However, I believe that the relationship of the two wind farms with Kure makes it clear that Narachan is significantly bigger than High Constellation, or the Narachan turbines are significantly bigger than High Constellation turbines, because High Constellation is viewed in the same plane as Narachan, as Kure, whereas Narachan is very obviously behind Kure. Second thing you see here more clearly is the grid arrangement of the Narachan turbines by comparison with those of Kure and High Constellation, although there is some stacking and overlapping with High Constellation. There are clearly 4 groups of turbines lined up on Narachan. I mean, as Ms. Oxley pointed out yesterday, and as I have frequently pointed out at other inquiries and in assessments, this obviously changes as you swing round further to the south or to the north, as the arrays of Narachan become more overlapped and seemingly random. Those of High Constellation or Kure might start to seem more grid-like, but I would point out that it just happens here that the closest viewpoint on the coast and the most important high-level viewpoint see the unfortunate grid-like pattern.
Thank you. And if we go further south then to viewpoint 22, the marker point, I think for this one we need to rely on the FEI. So that's CD 3.058. And I'm looking at FEI figure 640B.
Yes.
Again, can you please help us understand the impact of the proposed development from this viewpoint further south?
Well, from this viewpoint, slightly further away than viewpoint 10, but closer than viewpoint 13, more comparable to viewpoint 10, you can see that Narachan is a separate group of turbines to Kure and High Constellation that still to an extent overlap. I think, as I explained earlier, you're seeing here in particular Kure, this is the angle at which Kure's arrays are most apparent, and Narachan's arrays are starting to break up. The main point I would draw from this is probably this is the viewpoint from which the turbines are potentially most visible on the coast, because unlike viewpoint 10, you can see all the hubs, although 1 or 2 of them may be screened by forestry in reality. And the other thing you can see is that the 3 adjacent wind farms are turning into a rather lengthy scattered group on the horizon, and that Narachan visually, because of the angle of view, or the sort of compass angle of view, is moving closer to Dukeran Hill in a visual sense, which is something that increases as you move further south. Although as you move further south, the impacts become less. But if you were to undertake a journey in either direction, you would see this transition from Narachan being a clearly separate wind farm in a sort of arrangement of 4 wind farms that is neither a cluster nor a series of separated clusters, through to where Narachan starts to move behind Kur and High Constellation until up towards Loch Ramsar. Narachan is kind of hiding behind Kur and High Constellation. And then obviously if you went in the opposite direction, you would see it unfold from not being very obvious to being clearly a separate wind farm.
Thank you. If we go back to figure C1 in Miss Oxley's report,
Yes.
and we see here viewpoint 15 at the northern extremity of the NSA, and viewpoint 17 just south of the NSA.
Yes.
We don't need to. We can go to the viewpoints if you wish to do so. You may have covered the point in your discussion of the journey there anyway, but do you have any comments to make on the impact from those locations at the extremes of the west coast of the NSA, if you will?
Well, I suppose the first point to make is that I think both myself and the applicant have agreed that from these kind of distances, in the particular views, the effects of Narachan would not be significant. However, they really serve to illustrate how the relationship of the different wind farms changes, as I say, from the north, with Narachan behind the other wind farms, and then from the south at 17, where it would appear as one of 4 wind farms strung loosely across the skyline. If the reporter wishes me to go to those viewpoints to explain further, I'm happy to do so, or if she wishes to satisfy herself later, that's fine.
I'll leave that to the reporter during her questions at the end, perhaps.
I don't mind if you want to explore that now.
Okay.
Where would you like to go, Dr. Wimble?
Well, I'll go to 15 first, which is CD 3.051.
Are you happy to go for the FEI rather than the SEI?
Is that one that's on the? That's one that's on the SEI, isn't it? Perhaps we should go to the SEI.
Yes, if you wish to go to the SEI, that's CD 05.020, viewpoint 15 from Loch Ramsar, and it's SEI figure 633A, where we can see the Narachan turbines in the wireline.
Yeah, so you can see from this viewpoint they're more distant, and you can see that Narachan sits behind Kur and High Constellation and sits entirely within their span. So that's an example of where you would say Narachan consolidates the group, and even if one were closer, one may not find that to be a significant effect due to the fact that it's hidden, or at least sits behind other turbines. You can see from this viewpoint that the whole group is reasonably close to Duker and Hill, though. And then if we go to the other extreme, which I think we do have to go back to the FEI 4, which is viewpoint 17.
Yes.
CD3 053. Again,
just so the reporter has the reference there, is that FEI figure 635B that you're looking at?
yes, that's correct. So again, if we blow that up a little bit.
Do you have that, man? So sorry, you're on mute. You're still on mute, man.
Apologies, I've got too many things open here. FEI figure 635B. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yes. So you can see here the opposite extreme to what's visible from the north, which is the 4 wind farms that we've been discussing spread out across the horizon, with Narachan clearly separate and Kur and High Constellation only just overlapping, so that you don't really have a tight cluster anymore, and not really an extension, but you have, I'll say, what would appear to most people as 3 wind farms on the horizon, separated by gaps that are either smaller than or not much larger than their own extent. And obviously, there are then gaps to the south before you reach other schemes, but I'm really talking about the relationship of Narachan to its closest neighbours. And if one was to consider the wider scope of the Kintyre Peninsula and scenarios 1 and 2, you would see that that kind of filling in of gaps becomes greater across a wider area of the peninsula, as you can see here by that I think Knockbreeken is a scoping scheme. So that's really the, if you like, the journey along the western side of the NSA that I wish to describe.
Thank you. That's helpful. Moving on then to aviation lighting. There was a lot of discussion yesterday about aviation lighting and about the reliability of the visual material that's been produced by the applicant to show those impacts. Do you have any further comments to make on that topic further to the discussion yesterday?
Yes. Well, I think the first point to make is that it is a relatively new subject area in landscape and visual assessment, and it is an area in which it is more difficult to appreciate, or should we say, let's say, predict the effects. I think it's easy enough to appreciate the effects if one sees lights in the field, but it's much more difficult to predict what the effects might be of a particular scheme, a particular location, and certain strength of light. And this is what came out of yesterday's discussion, that not too much reliance should be placed on visualizations. Nevertheless, I still wish to underline the point which I made in my report and then repeated in my recognition, that I felt there was an internal inconsistency between the images in the FEI and in the SEI, in that both had been produced with a long background description of the efforts that have been made to ensure that they were as accurate as a representation as possible. And I'm sure that, you know, great efforts have been made, and it's something I'm sure that I would find very hard to work on as well. However, I felt that both the FEI and the SEI had the same description about the care that had gone into producing the images, and yet produced images that had different apparent brightnesses of the lights for the same viewpoint. So that the brightnesses of the lights for viewpoint 10 were different in the FEI to what they were in the SEI, and the same applied to viewpoint 13. So I felt, well, both reports have said how much effort has gone into this, but yet somehow they're different. So can we rely on either of them? And then I also felt that in the SEI, that the image for viewpoint 13, which is elevated and therefore should be showing a greater light intensity, actually had a lesser apparent light intensity in the image than the SEI image for viewpoint 10. And this is something that you really have to look at to do a comparison of the images blown up on screen. But that's as clearly as I could describe what I felt the inconsistencies were. So I felt that was something beyond arguing about whether something was a correct representation or not if one was presented with one image. And now I understand that the background images are slightly different for both of them. But if one was to take viewpoint 13, the second image is darker because it's been taken a few minutes later after the sun had gone down. So you would expect the relative brightness of the lights in viewpoint 13 to be greater for the SEI image than they were in the FEI image, where the sun was still not set. And yet, apparently, it's the other way round. Now, we could look at some of these here again, or the reporter could satisfy herself by looking in at these images and reading my report and recognition.
Happy to do that.
You're happy to do the latter? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So what conclusions do you draw then, Dr. Wimble, about the reliance that can be placed on this visual material that's being produced?
I don't think I could rely on those images. I think, you know, by chance, the second version of viewpoint 13 may be more realistic than, so that would be the SEI version of viewpoint 13 might be more realistic than the FEI version, where you could hardly see the lights that have been dimmed to 200. Apart from that, I think we have to rely on what we see in the field, which is the Ben-Turk lights, which are at about 32 candela, or a minimum of 32 candela, and very plainly visible from the coast of Arran from viewpoints 22 and 10, for instance. And they show lights that, in theory, are of a comparable intensity to the dimmed lights that would appear at viewpoint 10. And if that is the case, then I believe the lights at viewpoint 10, even dimmed, would be clearly visible. Unambiguously visible, not needing binoculars.
So if your view is that the visual material is unreliable, how would you suggest that the reporter assesses the impact of aviation lighting here?
That she sees the existing 32 candela lights in the field from certainly from viewpoint 22 and viewpoint 10, and comes to her own conclusions, obviously based on the very, very lengthy discussion that we had yesterday, all of which I think, much of which I think is very valid. I mean, we're all still finding our way in this area, but that to me is the hardest evidence that we have. Those lights are slightly further away. Well, in fact, they're quite a lot further away from viewpoint 10 than would be the Narachan lights, and yet they're still visible. The only other example that I could think of going to would be to look at the lights of Middleton Wind Farm, which allow you to compare the full unmitigated 2000 candela lights with 200 candela lights, which might be reasonably equivalent to what one would see from Malacadui at Mill Hills. And they can be seen either from the centre of Glasgow on a very clear night, or closer to, for instance, on the road that leads to Whiteley Wind Farm.
Thank you. And do you have any comments to make on the mitigation that's being proposed for the aviation lighting?
Well, it reads fine in theory, but as far as we all understand, no scheme has been constructed with those mitigation measures implemented. Some have been consented, but they're not in operation, they've not been built. So we can't go and see them in the field at present.
Thank you. And finally, turning to the assessment of effects on the special landscape qualities of the North Arran NSA.
Mm-hmm.
Could you please talk us through the assessment that you've undertaken here by way of an overview for the reporter's benefit?
So I'll be to go to section 8 of my report, which is gosh, you can tell me the CD number.
It's a CD 15.034. And section 8 starts on PDF page 53.
Page 49 for the paper copy.
That's right. you have it there. So obviously this is the core of Nature Scott's objection, and I put it in section 8 of my report so that I could cover all the LVIA type assessments and background beforehand, because all that information ultimately feeds into the assessment of effects on special landscape qualities. So what I've done is briefly introduce the idea of national scenic areas and the North Arran NSA. Briefly, the national scenic areas are the highest quality landscapes in Scotland. They are the exemplars, nationally significant areas for Scotland. North Arran Scenic Area happens to be one of only 6 in the southern part of Scotland, below the Highland Boundary Fault, and is obviously very close to centres of population and a popular visitor destination. That has a description by Nature Scott, which you see from, well, there are 2 descriptions. First of all, paragraph 8.4, the original publication, Scotland's Scenic Heritage, very succinctly summarises the reasons for Arran's designation, and in 2 paragraphs it describes the mountain and the islands and the importance in particular of the island. At the end of the 2nd paragraph on the following page 50, the importance of the island contributing to all its neighbouring districts by its dramatic presence, and that it must also be said that views from it to Bute, Cowell and Kintyre also add to the quality of the scene in Arran. Then national scenic areas have been described in more detail in Nature Scott's publication, which I think is CD 13.091, and I have listed the original publication describes them in terms of special qualities. These have become called special landscape qualities, or SLQs. I think that terminology was adopted by Nature Scott whilst developing their assessment methodology more recently. And that Arran has 8 of these SLQs, which I've listed, paragraph 8.8. And then moving on swiftly to the assessment, Nature Scott's original objection cited 3 of those SLQs, which are listed at paragraph 813, my report, page 51. And those were distinctive coastline with a rich variety of forms, an exceptional area for outdoor recreation, and the experience of highland and island wildlife at close hand. This was before my involvement, and once I became involved, as this went to appeal, I took a hard look at these 3 and decided that the experience of highland and island wildlife at close hand was, if you like, an SLQ, but while it had the landscape context of Arran, was really about the experience of viewing wildlife, less than it was about the experience of viewing the landscape. However, the 2 other SLQs are the areas which were affected, which I agree were significantly affected by proposed development. So I've then undertaken assessment based on the pro forma described in the guidance. The guidance being CD 13, sorry, CD 6.032, I think. No, it's not.
I think it might be 13.032.
Sorry, 13.032. Yes, sorry, I listed that earlier in my report. I don't know if we need to go that because my table resembles that in the guidance fairly closely, but we can go to the guidance if you wish.
I'll leave that up to yourself, Mr. Grigg.
I think the reporter can consult the guidance at our leisure. I think if we continue with the overview, that'll be helpful. Okay.
So just on page 52, briefly, the 3 bullet points. The strands of information that go into this assessment are the study area, which has been defined and is shown in figures 1 and 2, which we'll briefly go to. The LVIA, the cumulative LVIA, and further assessment of daytime and nighttime landscape and visual effects in my review in previous chapters 5 to 7, and my experience of the NSA and study area during the daytime and the nighttime whilst carrying out field work for this inquiry and from previous visits I've had. You'll then see, if we scroll on to the A3 pages, figure 1, study area, a not dissimilar area to that defined by Ms. Oxley's report, with the study area relating fairly closely to the area affected by visibility of the proposals and divided into 2 areas. Here I've more tightly defined it in relation to the 2 landscape character areas of the Rays Beach coast and the rugged granite hills. And if you move to figure 2, you see the relationship of that area to the National Scenic Area, which is the dark grey or blue outline that surrounds the island a couple of kilometres out into the sea and cuts across the middle of the island. And for interest as well, you can see the area defined in blue, which overlaps with the hill area of my study area, which is the wildland area. Then moving further on, you see I've described the proposal, I've described the study area, and really in a nutshell what I've just described to you about how the study area was chosen. Then described how the area is used and experienced by people. So this is partly a description of the designation and partly a description of areas that people might go, including Western Hills and the road and the Arran Coastal Way. In the assessment, I've grouped the assessment into 2 main areas, which relate to the exceptional area for outdoor recreation, which is an overarching quality that would cover both the hills and the coastal area within the NSA, and the second, a distinctive coastline with a rich variety of forms, which by definition applies to the coast. I've then gone on in some detail to describe the relevant SLQ, the underpinning characteristics which have been drawn from the description in the NatureScot publication, and then further elaborated on by myself. And then in the third column, I've described in some detail how the proposals would impact on the proposal on the key characteristics and the effects on the particular SLQ. So the two SLQs, the first one being distinctive coast and a rich variety of landforms, and the second being an exceptional area for restoration. And in those descriptions, I've drawn not just on the pretty brief description that's given in the NatureScot publication, but also from landscape of visual assessment and my experience of the area at daytime and nighttime, and I've taken into account both the primary impacts and the cumulative impacts. So they're fairly lengthy descriptions. And I think this approach differs a bit from the approach that was taken by Chris Oxley, not so much in the format or the main subject of what is addressed, but this relies more heavily on simply the experience of the area rather than being comprised of extracts of various publications and of the LEC landscape and visual assessment. There seemed to be relatively little description of how the area might be experienced, rather more reliance on, should we say, hard information that is already in print. So that's the approach that I've taken, because that is the approach that the guidance appears to take. And then I come to a conclusion or a summary, which basically points out that there would be significant effects on these two SLQs of the NSA, and this would be predominantly on the western side of the NSA within the study area that I've defined, which is, although limited compared with the whole of the NSA, is actually might perhaps cover, say, a fifth of it or 20% of it. So it's certainly not a tiny area of the NSA. It's a significant portion of the NSA. And I've drawn the conclusion again based on my understanding of the methodology and my reading of one or two inquiry reports that we went to yesterday for Caplick and for Glen Sherrow, that it is a legitimate concern in terms of integrity that significant effects on an SLQ or a small number of SLQs in a limited area of a national scenic area can nevertheless be considered to threaten the integrity of the area as a whole. And my understanding of that is in two ways, really. I suppose, firstly, that, and I think we touched on this yesterday, most of the areas of NSAs, and certainly of the national parks, which would undergo a similar assessment, are far too large for any one development ever to affect them significantly as a whole, or even as a greater proportion over the majority of the SLQs. So you have to focus in on the affected area and on the affected SLQs, because they are expressed in a unique part of that designated area, and the designated area is comprised of the whole. And it also struck me that there's another way of looking at this, because I have done a couple of assessments myself, which have been for really quite tiny developments in national parks, which only had significant effects extending over a few hundred meters at most. And nevertheless, you carry out this assessment, and one or two SLQs, as you read them, are potentially affected, and then you have to make a judgment as to whether the extent and the severity or adversity of those effects is enough to say that the integrity is affected. Now, my feeling there, when you're talking about a very small development, would be that to allow a development which had highly adverse effects over a very limited area and over one or two SLQs would be setting a poor precedent in an area. And obviously, there are many developments going on within or on the periphery of designated areas which have to be considered. So I think it's legitimate to highlight a limited area of effect on the limited number of SLQs for those two reasons. One, because it is usually an important part of a national scenic area, and secondly, because national scenic areas are very important, and if you like, the death of 1,000 cuts is something that should be avoided. So that's the approach that I've taken there, and come to the conclusion that there are significant effects on those two SLQs involving recreation across the whole of the NSA and the distinctive coastal area on the west side of the island, and that this can be considered as affecting the integrity of the area as a whole.
Thank you for that. A very helpful overview and explanation of your position. Just a couple of final questions. There was some discussion yesterday about the relative importance of views towards Kintyre as key landscape characteristics which underpin the SLQs. What's your position on that?
Yes, I mean, I understand there are several elements that underpin SLQs in the written text that we have available, the published text that we have available, but one must also consider the experience of people visiting the affected area. And I wonder, perhaps, are you talking particularly about the coastal area or any part of or either area, the views from the hills as well?
Yes, either or.
Right, okay. Well, I think in the coastal area, although the description does focus a lot on the landform and the raised beach landform, and there are certainly interesting landforms in the area, I think the experience of the area is that you are traversing a narrow, flat strip on a road, which gives you almost a sort of perambulation, whether you're a recreational driver or a cyclist, or you're walking on the coastal path. And because of the very constrained view over much of this area, which we might refer to the photographs in my report, which are on pages 23 and 24. So the first two photographs on page 23 show, if you like, the very constrained area and the way the settlement, where there is settlement, is scattered and sort of clings onto this area, and that views really are thrust out towards Kintyre or along the coast. Obviously, there are areas where you can see inland as well, but they tend to be fairly short distance views where you have to look up to the ridges of hills. And then if you look at the photographs on page 24, you can see the very attractive beaches, and on the bottom photograph you can see again the view towards Kintyre. So I think the experience of a person visiting that area, and certainly my experience, was that in addition to the narrow strip which I'm on, I'm looking out across the sea and I'm looking out to Kintyre. And that is a significant part of the experience. And that developments on Kintyre have an effect on that, because it's close enough for larger scale developments to be apparent. And then if we scroll down to pages 26 and 27, you see perhaps the more fully realised views that one would experience in the mountain area. So the first photograph shows views within the mountain area, and then looking over to the more dramatic hills in the east, and then looking back towards Kintyre, the relatively narrow Kilbrannan Sound experience from the top of the ridge, and then approaching the coastal area on descent from the hill. So in both those cases, views across to Kintyre are important. I think they're perhaps a greater proportion of the experience that you might have going along the coast as compared with the hills, where you get more of a 360 and a more setback view.
Thank you. And in the nighttime landscape, would these views towards Kintyre also be an important key characteristic which underpin the SLQs?
Yes. I mean, admittedly, they'd be experienced by fewer people. But, well, first of all, if we consider how nighttime develops from the sunset through to dusk to nighttime, and then obviously in the dawn comes slowly brighter. Nighttime is not simply darkness, but you would experience how the profile of the landscape changes as the sun sets. And Kintyre, or from a higher viewpoint, the peninsula and the islands beyond become gradually silhouetted against the sea and the sky. So there's a lengthy period there in which the landscape is still appreciated and the turbines would still be visible without lighting, and then gradually with lighting. Then if we were to consider being along the coast, and what you might see from there, while you see relatively little on the Kintyre Peninsula in terms of lighting. Certainly in the direction of Narachan, you do see some artificial lights, but also when there's a moon, like when I was there, or on another occasion where the stars are out, or if you were very lucky the other weekend, the Northern Lights, you would see the silhouette of Kintyre, and you would experience the landscape around you on Arran. So you still see something, and it is relatively dark landscape, even along the coast where there are a few domestic sources of lighting. And in the hills, obviously, I think the photographs for viewpoint 13 show us that virtually no sources of artificial light are visible from there if you happen to be camping or bivouacking up in the hills, appreciating the sunset and the night. So it is an important element of the experience.
Thank you, Dr. Wimble. I don't have any more questions for you, but I'd just like to give you an opportunity to make any further comments that you may wish to bring out, should you wish to say anything further on any of these matters.
I don't think so, really. I think I've covered it. I've covered what I feel is important.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Wimble. No further questions.
Okay, I think that would be an appropriate time for a break. So I think we should reconvene at, say, 11:10. Okay, thank you. Okay, everyone ready to reconvene? Okay, I'll hand over now to Mr. Hardy.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Dr. Wimble. Now, there are it's quite a long list of documents. I don't know whether you want to be confronted by that, or actually whether we're better off just taking our time and going to them when we get to the topics. I'm in your hands.
I think I prefer the latter.
The latter, all right.
You're patient enough to wait for me.
Of course,
we're
we're not under any time pressure, really. We will finish, so we'll take it in that way. Just some introductory matters, if I may. In terms of your involvement with this scheme, there's a slightly opaque statement in your documents about becoming involved when I think you referred to it as an appeal, but leaving that aside, application process, and there's reference to December 2022. When did you first become involved?
Well, I think I was probably first approached in, late last year, we'll say November it would be, because obviously I was actively involved by December when I was visiting the island. So Nature Scott approached me in respect of a couple of schemes, and as it turned out, as they approached other witnesses as well, and this was the one that was assigned to me.
Okay. So prior to that, nothing, no involvement. It's not a case that you became re-involved, if you like, with this case. You had no involvement with the case before that.
No involvement with this particular case. I am on our company is on a framework with Nature Scott for providing advisory services.
Yes, I get that, because in your one of the things you tell us in your report, through your appendix, and it gives your qualifications and experience, that's what you've done.
Yes.
And a couple of points arising from that. So if we go to your inquiry report appendix 1, you can see under that bullet point of the framework agreement that we've just referred to that you've given landscape and visual assessment advice expert witness in relation to a number of schemes, but third bullet point down, Clackay Glen, Sherdrum and High Constellation wind farms in Argyll and Bute, and we'll go on to those consultation responses in a few moments. That involvement was a few years ago, was it? I think High Constellation 2019, 2020. So the general point I'm making is that you were involved in those schemes before you became involved with this scheme, which you tell us was November or December.
Yes, all of those schemes were at least 2019, I would say.
2019, 20. We'll come on to the consultation responses. So Narachan, your involvement in Narachan has come last in the sequence of those wind farms. That's the point.
Yes, that's right. So Clackay Glen was probably about a year ago.
2022, yes, exactly. But even still, November or December of 22 for your involvement in this case would put that last in the sequence, wouldn't it? So decisions that were made by Nature Scott about its response to this scheme, you had nothing to do with?
That's right.
Do you know who did make strategic decisions at Nature Scott about this scheme?
Well, as far as I understand, do you mean who their external advisor was, or who within the organisation?
I mean, who within the organisation was making decisions about the approach that was going to be taken to this scheme?
I couldn't say directly. My understanding from previous inquiries that if Nature Scott is considering an objection, it's the kind of board level decision. So I think it's either a collective and or a senior executive decision informed by Nature Scott officers.
Interestingly, though, in your evidence in chief, what you said in relation to choosing the SLQs that were going to be carried forward for assessment, that you'd applied a process of discernment yourself. So originally there had been 3 mentioned, and then presumably sometime November, December, you distilled that down to 2.
Yes, well, I mean, when I was approached about the 2 potential cases back in sometime, I say November, I looked at the details of some of them, some of the details, and sort of came to my own sort of brief conclusions, having looked at the evidence.
When you say the 2 cases, do you mean the 2 SLQs, not another wind farm?
What I'm saying is the process I might apply when I'm approached as part of this framework scheme would be, rather than just say yes, would be to look at the key issues of the case. And that's one of the things that stood out to me, was I found it difficult to get a locus on that particular SLQ as a landscape sensitive issue.
We'll come back to that in due course. At the higher level, the structure of the case, though, whether or not objection is going to be taken, say, against wildland or against SLQ, or the nature of that, that structural choice, if you like, was presented to you, was it? And then you refined that with your process that you described just now in relation to from the 3 to the 2. Is that how it works?
Yes, that's correct. I mean,
so you're given the architecture of the case, if you like. You've got to decide whether or not professionally you can support that or not. But within that, there's some room for manoeuvre. Is that fair?
That's correct. I mean, subject to discussion. Yes.
Okay. So could we just look at the nature then of the evolution of the position of Nature Scott? So we need to go to CD 6030.
Okay.
You got that?
Yep.
So this is understanding that this is before your time. The position is in relation to wild land. So you can see the initial comments on methodology and content of the wild land assessment.
Sorry, which page?
So it's annex. There's a number of pages. Annex 3. There's the
1. Yep. I have that.
So there were some points about nighttime visualization and then wild land assessment. But the point I want to get at was that this wasn't focused, was it, on the on SLQs in the NSA? The concern was principally about wild land.
At this stage, well, I would have to briefly look at the rest of the.
No, please do.
Letter.
Have a look at it. Yep.
So
the point I put, it's not exclusively, but the focus of the Nature Scott concern was predominantly the North Arran wildland area in its assessment.
So the gate check response mentions viewpoint selection, aviation, lighting,
Yep.
wildland assessment, ornithology.
Yep.
So
I didn't say exclusively. What I said was predominantly. Can we agree that there's certainly no mention is there's no focus on SLQs or the case that's been made now.
well, I think SLQs apply to national scenic areas and national parks. So if it was wildland, I don't think SLQ would be a term used.
Well, can we agree this, Dr. Wimble? Yeah. This consultation response doesn't resemble the case that's been made now very closely. The predominant concern, I put it no higher than that, but predominant concern was wildland, wasn't it? In the North Arran wildland area. Is that? Can we agree that?
Well, according to the annex, the NSA is mentioned under 2.2.
It is. As I said, I'm not saying it's exclusive. Not you will find some reference, but just in terms of what the applicant was to understand, the predominant theme is wildland, isn't it?
Yes, just earlier in the letter, it does mention, well, I've done a word search and there are 11 mentions of NSA. So clearly,
yep,
there's concern about the NSA as well. I don't know why, what the wherefores are about Appendix 3.
Well,
why
if
the
you
NSA isn't mentioned in the same way.
Well, can we just agree for the moment? I'll obviously make my submissions. Can we just agree that it's not? And I think we can agree.
Sorry to intervene. I'm not sure that's a fair point to put to this witness. You know, it's not for him to confirm what happened in the past when he wasn't participating.
Ma'am, if that's not helpful, I would hope that from the documents we can all read them. And the question that I hope Dr. Wilm could accept was that the consultation response didn't focus on the SLQs in the NSA in the way that it does now. That's the highest I'd put it. I hope that's a fair
points we
question.
can draw from it, but I don't think it's fair to ask him to agree that the focus was on wildland. So happy for you to work around that.
That's fine. So I think we can see that the letter or the consultation response as it is, there is an absence of focus in that letter on the NSA and SLQs. It is mentioned, Dr. Wimble, but can we at least agree that?
The NSA is mentioned 11 times according to my word search.
Okay. Then let's move on to the next response, which is at 031. So that's the 15th of December 2020. That's the post-application gate check review.
6031, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got that?
Mm-hmm.
So the viewpoint selection page 1 in our response, section 36 application, dated 6th of April 2020, which we looked at, we requested further LVI assessment viewpoints, including nighttime viewpoint from within the North Arran wildland area and elevated parts of the North Arran National Scenic Areas, NSA. Again, so there's reference to the NSA in that document. But if you go over the page, so there's confirmation, being content with the list of assessment viewpoints.
Mm-hmm.
We've got reference there again, haven't we, to the North Arran wildland assessment.
Yep.
And then there's some commentary on that, and there's some points about design amendments. Again, can we agree that the predominant focus of that document, for whatever reason, and I take the reporter's point, it's not you didn't write this, but just on the document, this is predominantly about wildland assessment, isn't it? It's not about the NSA and SLQs.
Well, on my brief scan of it, it appears to be a technical comment about what's needed for a wildland assessment.
Mm-hmm. Yes, but nothing in relation, and it's interesting, nothing there about what would you need for an SLQ assessment, for instance?
No. At the time, looking at the viewpoint selection on the previous page, it obviously mentions viewpoints in relation to the National Scenic Area. So that appears to be covered perhaps more under landscape and visual.
So that's December of 2020. And then if we can go to the consultation response at 6032, so that's the Nature's Got response 24th of July 2022. Can we agree that this is a marked change in relation to the focus? So just you can see on first page, summary of advice. We object to this proposal due to the significant adverse effects on the special landscape qualities of the North Arran Scenic NSA in relation to both daytime and nighttime effects. And then there's some more detail. Can we agree, first of all, that that is a marked difference in emphasis?
Well, yes, although this is 2 years later and in response to a changed scheme.
So we can agree it's a change in emphasis, presumably, because you weren't involved. You can't say how that change came about. And I think I've already asked you about the personnel involved, and you say you don't know, and that's fair enough.
Yes, I don't know who would have been involved at a decision-making level.
But in that 18-month period, the applicant has been promoting the scheme. Can we agree that it may have come as somewhat of a surprise that there was the twist or the change in emphasis from Nature's Scot that we've just seen? So the emphasis moves from wildland to exclusively SLQs in the NSA.
Well, on the basis of 3 letters, you might say so, but this is a surprise. But as I say, there is an 18-month gap, and I can't believe there was no interaction at all between the applicant's landscape advisors and Nature's Scot. That's speculation on my part.
Exactly, and I don't want to ask you, absolutely, you can't talk to things that you weren't involved in. But if you've looked back at correspondence, if you haven't, just say so. But if you've looked back at correspondence, are you able to say whether or not there'd been any analysis of the potential impacts of the original 17 turbine scheme as against SLQs in the NSA? Would you know that? If you don't, just say so.
I can't speak from memory on that. No.
Okay. So just following that chain through, we get to this response. That's the architecture of the case. There's then a further process of refinement, which you've indicated, November, December time, and then you distill the SLQs down for the affected SLQs down from 3 to 2. At that point, it was interesting in your evidence in chief, you indicated that the wildlife-related SLQ was not one that you felt you could support. That was more to do with, or less to do with landscape, more to do with enjoyment of looking at wildlife. Just interested to, in terms of your own decision-making process, as something you can talk to, why a geomorphologically related SLQ wouldn't fall into that same camp? So in other words, people looking at raised beach and isostatic relief and the geomorphology of the coastal shelf, why is that not in the same category as looking at the wildlife?
Well, because that SLQ clearly talks about the visual aspect of the coastal area, including the views. And then secondly, you only have to go there to realise that the views are a major part of the experience of being in that coastal area. The geomorphology would be academically interesting, but I think to a lot of people, it merely sets the scene for how they experience the area. And I showed previously in chief how the view is constrained along the coast and over the water by the raised beach formation. I think that's how most people who didn't have an interest in geomorphology in particular would experience it.
And was that process of distillation? So you drew a distinction there between wildlife and geomorphology, and of course you're entitled to do that. Was that written down or reported to Nature Scott, or was it delegated to you to decide what you actually took forward to these inquiry sessions?
This was through discussion with Nature Scott on how I personally saw the case as an independent advisor.
Did you write a report?
I didn't write a report saying that the nature, observing wildlife aspect should be taken out. I didn't write a report justifying that.
Right. So there's nothing to put the point.
I mean,
crisply, there isn't a report that you wrote that you could show us to show that internal process of distillation, moving from 3 to 2, and why you took the different view between wildlife and geomorphology.
I think there would be drafts of my inquiry report with comments on my part, but not a finished product or report as such.
I mean, I've seen your report. Obviously, that's before this inquiry. It's not that. It's whether or not there was some form of internal process, something that you reported to Nature Scott that we might be able to have a look at. But I think you're saying no.
Not in that finished product sense, no.
Okay. All right. Well, that's helpful in terms of evolution of Nature Scott's position. I want then to go back to the other examples that are set out in your Appendix 1 relevant to the Kintyre Peninsula. So that's Clacker Glen, Share-Drim and High Constellation wind farms. We've got the consultation responses in the papers. So if we could move to those and perhaps start with High Constellation. So that's 13.089 and 90 and 91. So we'll start with High Constellation. Have you got that?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So we can see that this is 2019, although the request for the consultation 13th of June 2018. And you tell us in your Appendix 1 that you were involved on the framework agreement. Did you write the L&B aspect of this consultation response for High Constellation?
I wrote a short report, elements of which have been used to write this response.
Did you see the consultation response before it went out?
I don't think, based on previous experience, to be honest, I can't remember. I don't always see the consultation responses before they go out.
Okay. Have you read the letter?
I'm sorry?
Have you read the letter?
Some while back.
Well, let's look at it together then, because there's some points I want to go through. So, summary, the key considerations associated with this proposal. So that's at point 2 on the first page. You can see construction and operational effects on Schedule 1 birds, and then potentially significant adverse effects on the views and experience from the North Arran National Scenic Areas. Can you see that?
Yes.
So landscape and visual impacts, 3.2. Currently providing detailed landscape and visual advice only in the highest priority circumstances, where the effects of proposals approach or surpass levels that raise national interest to where they affect place-based priorities for SNH. Our advice is that this proposal does not raise landscape issues of national interest in terms of, and then there's a list, you'll see the significant adverse effects on the integrity and objectives of designation of a national scenic area, or the other things that are on that list. And then over the page, see a paragraph beginning our advice based on the proposal not requiring visible lighting.
Yes.
If the lighting would become a requirement, we're asked that we're consulted in advance of any consent. Is that something that you recall writing in the report that you put to Nature Scott, even if this isn't verbatim?
Well, I knew it didn't have lighting when I assessed it, so I think this may be something that Nature Scott has added afterwards.
Okay, so that's helpful. Then the next paragraph, we advise key issues then in relation to North Arran National Scenic Area. Presumably you did provide advice in relation to that topic.
Yes, that's right.
So cumulative effects on the NSA if Killian Wind Farm is consented and constructed, and then the potentially significant adverse effects on views and experience of North Arran NSA, in particular the effect on the setting of the North Arran NSA, for example, from the coast and from the very popular hill views as represented. So VP6 Goat Fell, where the proposal is seen in the context of the core hills. And then the authors of the consultation response say this: we advise adverse effects could potentially be mitigated by reducing the scale height of the turbines to make them more compatible with the existing core wind farm. There are also some design issues to be addressed. This would reduce adverse effects from both the low elevation and high elevation views, including the very popular Arran Hills and coasts in North Arran NSA. Do you recall that? Is that based on what you had to say?
Some of it is, yes.
Okay.
Quite often the consultation response goes out sometime after my report. I'm just looking at the date of this. You see, I actually looked at the area in January of 2019, I think. And this is August 2019. So some of the facts on the ground or some of the rumours about turbine heights might have changed. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't conflict hugely with what I reported on.
The precise details might not matter so much. It's the kind of themes I'm interested in.
Yeah.
There aren't reference to SLQs specifically. What you talk about, or what the authors talk about in 2, is potentially significant adverse effect on views and experience, maybe the SLQs, and in particular the effect on the setting of the North Arran NSA. Now, is that something that you raised in your report? Was that of concern to you, the setting of the NSA?
Oh gosh,
you know?
I can't remember whether I used that term, but if I didn't use that term, then there would have been some concern about the views, because I visited Arran and the Pern Mill area, Loch Ranza area, specifically for this review. And for, I think one of the other wind farms was quite visible from Arran as well.
Just in general terms, of course, you can have direct impacts. You can have on an essay, you can have indirect impacts, but setting would be something different, wouldn't it? Setting would be the kind of penumbra, the buffer zone, if you like, around the designation.
Do
you agree with that? That sort of setting would be.
I suppose it's how the NSA is seen and how it's experienced from both within and outside the NSA is part of its setting, yes.
In this case, it's not maybe an argument about whether or not setting is appropriate or not, but there's no reference to setting in this case, is it? What you're saying, what Nature's Scott are saying is actually it's a Roman numeral 1 type case. You go straight to integrity. It's an undermining of the integrity of the designation.
In the case of
Narachan, yeah, this subject scheme, yeah. That's right, isn't it? There's no setting. I mean,
under 3.2, it does mention. Well, there are 4 points that it mentions. Number 1 is significant adverse effects on the integrity and objectives of designation of national scenic area, and then peculiarly it says special landscape qualities of a national park, but it doesn't mention SLQs in respect to the national scenic area. Although we know that objectives are based on SLQs.
Well, that's why I've asked the questions, because the advice, presumably, that you, based on what you said, and I fully accept that this is synthesized, it's a consultation response, but the advice given by SNH is that this scheme didn't raise landscape issues of interest to SNH in relation to the integrity and objectives of designation of the NSA.
Yes, that's correct. See, I'm not quite sure what you're driving at here, whether it's the mention of SLQs per se, or simply the fact that they just decided not to pursue that as an issue.
Well, we'll come on to submissions at a later stage. I'm just interested in what was done in relation to these schemes by you and what was thought to be of interest. And I think what we established in this letter is that, yes, it's not your report, but the view based on your report was no significant adverse effects on the integrity and objectives of designation of the NSA. First of all, there's no mention of SLQs, but there is mention of setting of the NSA. Those are three points that we can agree from this letter.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's have a look then at Sherdrim, which is the next one. That's 13090. And I don't know, Mum, whether it's helpful just so we know spatially where these are. There's a number of places which show wind farm developments. I'm looking, just for my own reference, at SEI figure 6.9. That's in the SEI. That says, oh, that's the other wind farm developments within 60 kilometres. And on that plan, Sherdrim's number 32, and it's up to the northeast of Narachan. There's a number of places where you might see that, but that's just to locate where we are.
Thank you.
So, proposal, we can see on this letter, 13th of March 2020. Proposal located on land between Ackerglass and Gartner Greenock Estates, 11 kilometres south of Tarbert, and on the Kintyre Peninsula. There's also some solar included in this. So we get to summary of advice, and we can go to 2.2, which is landscape and visual. We can see that at 2.2. So resulting significant adverse landscape and visual impacts, no substantive mitigation measures, significant adverse landscape and visual effects in relation to southern Knapdale, West Loch, Tartan, northern Kintyre, and then some adverse effects on the views and experience from the northwest coast and hills and Arran, National Scenic Area from offshore. So then that directs us down to Annex 2. So if we could go down to Annex 2. Same question. I don't know whether how far you can recall this, and presumably the same process. You put a report into NatureScot. This gets synthesized into the consultation response. Yeah. Is that the same process? I assume. So effects then on North Arran National Scenic Area. So we see 7.3 kilometres to the northwest of the North Arran National Scenic Area. Borderline significant adverse effects on the views and experience from the northwest part of Arran, including from the A841 coastal road, Loch Ranza and other small coastal settlements, including Purmell and Cattercall, from the popular hill slopes and summits. Given the clear separation from Kintyre, landscape effects would not be significant. And there'd also be borderline significant visual effects on seaborne receptors within the Kilbrannan Sound, including the Loch Ranza to Blaney Ferry, key transport route between North Arran, NSA and Kintyre. We advise there would not be a significant adverse effect in relation to any of the special qualities of the NSA. So, number of points there. This does engage, doesn't it, with the question of SLQs? Was that based on your advice? Do you recall that? Is that language and the points made there consistent with the advice that you recall giving?
That sounds similar, yeah.
So, having engaged with a proposal 7.3 kilometres away from the NSA, the conclusion drawn, presumably based on your advice, is there's some borderline significant effects, but not ones that you even got to the point of being a significant adverse effect in relation to any of the SLQs.
Yes, that's right.
That was your conclusion.
Yeah.
And it's perhaps just helpful at this stage. I don't know whether you've got a copy of MPF to hand, but I'm interested in natural places and policy 4.
Have a document reference?
I've got that separately. It's the MPF 4. I mean, you may be familiar with it. Can I read it to you? And if you want to have a look, it's a simple point.
The document reference, if it helps, is CD 09001, I think.
Grateful.
Oh, okay. Can you direct me to the...
I can. So it's internal page 40. And it's under policy 4. So we can see policy 4, A, B, and then C, development proposals that will affect a national park, a national scenic area. Do you have that? Site of special scientific interest or national nature reserve will only be supported where 1, the objectives of designation and the overall integrity of the areas will not be compromised, and then semicolon, or any significant adverse effects on the qualities for which the area has been designated are clearly outweighed by social, environmental, economic benefits of national importance. Now, your case, or the case of NatureScot, based on your what you say in your report, is to go straight to Roman 1, isn't it? Your view is that the objectives of designation and the overall integrity of the NSA will be compromised.
Mhm.
That is if you like, going for the jugular. The Roman 2 is in the or introduces a balance, doesn't it? I know we're going to have a planning session on this, but just in terms of the way the tests are set out, any significant adverse effects on the qualities for which the area have been designated are clearly outweighed. You can have a balance.
Uh-huh.
So that's the overarching test. What you say in the shared RIM, or what the consultation response says in shared RIM, based presumably on your work, is that it doesn't even compromise the second and lower limb, if you like, Roman 2, because at the end of 1.1, the advice from NHS got was that it wouldn't even be a significant adverse effect in relation to any of the special qualities of the NSA, wouldn't it? That was the position taken in relation to shared RIM.
Uh-huh.
Is that a fair reflection? Does that a consultation response fairly reflect the advice you passed on to Nature, Scott?
I didn't raise effects on the SLQs as being a significant problem.
Well, slightly different. Do you recall in advising Nature, Scott, that there wouldn't be a significant adverse effect in relation to any of the special qualities of the NSA? In other words, is that an accurate reflection of your view in relation to shared RIM?
That's an accurate reflection, yes.
Thank you. We can then have a look at North Arran wildland area, just so I don't be accused of cherry picking. Wildland area, Kintyre Peninsula is a component of views of the WA. Although proposal is visible from some elevated areas of the North Arran WA, we consider it would be unlikely to have significant adverse effects on the qualities of the WLA. You see that? Was that your advice?
Yes.
And then there's areas of panoramic quality which I don't think we need to concern ourselves with. So overall, shared RIM, your advice, not even getting to the point of being an adverse effect or significant adverse effect on relation to any of the SLQs. Let's move then to the third of those, which is 13091. So this is Clackaig Glen. So this is July 22. And on the plan I'm looking at, figure SEI figure 6.9, Clackaig Glen is number 33. And that is down to the southwest. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's 12 wind turbines up to 185 meters in height, with 5 up to 200 meters to tip.
Yes.
Okay. So appraisal of the impacts. So that's page 2. Again, same drill. You presumably put a report into Nature, Scott. It was synthesized. This is the consultation response. Have you seen this again?
Uh-huh.
Did you see it before it went out?
I can't remember.
Okay.
I doubt it.
So landscape and visual impacts 2.1, nature and scale of the proposal can't be accommodated without significant adverse effects and visual effects, including cumulative effects, nighttime effects as detailed below. Then you've got significant adverse effects predominantly in relation to Giga and the sound of Giga, as well as parts of Kintyre. Reduction in height of turbines, careful design would mitigate. There's also a point about aviation lighting. And then we come to national landscape designations. You'll see there the North Arran National Scenic Area within between 12 and 30 kilometres of the turbines as areas of visibility of the proposed development over higher ground, but the advice was that there were not likely to be significant adverse effects on its SLQs. So there, again, there was engagement, wasn't there, with SLQs, and your assessment was there would be no significant adverse effects. And again, that's an engagement, isn't it, with policy 4, paragraph C, Roman 2. So it's not engaging with the point about undermining integrity as a whole. You're not there where you were. This was a process of looking at whether there'd be any significant adverse effect on any of the SLQs, which would then go into the balance. And you didn't get there on your appraisal.
I think the question, sorry to interrupt, but I think the question's on the interpretation of the policy.
Maybe for the policy session.
The policy session, yeah.
Yeah,
please.
I'm happy with that. So I think just that's fair. So in terms of what was said, your assessment, no significant adverse effects on the SLQs. We can leave that. There. Thank you. Happy with that, Dr. Wilbur?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We can close those down. I want to go to your report and to the SLQ assessment that you do. So that's internal page 61. We're going to come back to this a couple of times, but I want to pick up the point now. So your report, page 61, summary of effects on SLQs, implications for the NSA, possible future effects on SLQs. Do you have that? So you tell us the developments outside the NSA, yeah? 2 distinct SLQs currently experienced that would be significantly adverse affected. So the distinctive coastline with a rich variety of forms and the exceptional area for outdoor recreation. So immediately there's a distinction, isn't there, between Narachan and the cases that we've looked at, the consultation responses drawn on those 3. Because you do say there's a significant adverse effect on the SLQs.
Yes.
Yeah. And you say both SLQs are enhanced on the western side of the NSA by the current low level of development experienced on the island and in views west to Kintyre and beyond. Whilst there's currently a level of wind farm development on Kintyre, this is relatively small scale, well separated by undeveloped areas, and does not strongly affect perceptions of the area. However, there's the potential for further development to affect this balance and consequently the SLQs as currently experienced. So when you're dealing with Narachan, you do find immediately there's a jump to significant adverse effect on SLQs, but you also raise in that paragraph a future potential point, don't you? A concern, if you like, about what's coming. And that's the potential for further development to affect this balance and consequently the SLQs as currently experienced.
Yes.
That's gone into your assessment, hasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So the jump, inconsistency, whatever you want to call it, from those 3 schemes that we've just looked at, and where Nature Scott, based on your advice, doesn't even touch criteria Roman 2, here you jump to significant adverse effect on SLQs to an extent where the overall integrity is undermined, and you raise, as part of that, a concern about SLQs being eroded by further development coming in the future. Is that a fair reading? That further development in the future has nothing to do with Narachan, does it? And I think you explained that in your evidence in chief, because you said the second factor was a precedent factor, and you were concerned about this setting a difficult precedent for designated areas around Scotland. That's a concern you have, isn't it? It's a fear.
Well, it's more a way of seeing how a relatively limited effect on a designated area can still be important for an area as a whole.
Well, it isn't that, is it?
Following the methodology of the AESLQ.
Well, it isn't that, with respect, because your evidence was about precedent. And it was about, and precedent means it makes it, in planning terms, it's more difficult. So people could look at a decision that's made, and in the future, it would be more difficult to resist a scheme. That's what precedent means, doesn't it, in a planning sense?
Yes.
And your concern here isn't with Narachan. You can see from paragraph 2, or not solely with Narachan, it's about a fear of what might come on Kintyre, because there's a potential for further development to affect that balance and consequently the SLQs as currently experienced. That is in your decision-making process, isn't it? It's in your thinking.
Well, it's highlighting what the cumulative assessment shows us.
Mm-hmm.
If you consider scenario 2 in particular.
So your case here isn't based on the effects of Narachan exclusively. It's based on that fear factor, isn't it, of what might come, and your concern that a precedent might be set here, which makes it more difficult to, in your view or your fear, it may make it more difficult to resist schemes in the future.
Well, as I recall, I highlighted 2 issues where a relatively limited area effect should be considered. The first of which is the integrity of the whole of a designated area.
Yeah.
Due to significant effects on one part of it. And
Mm-hmm.
the second, which has occurred to me, particularly when assessing a much smaller development than this,
mm-hmm.
Still using the SLQ approach, was that one factor that might be important is precedent.
Yeah, that's my point. We'll talk about the impacts in your point 1 in due course. I'm interested in point 2, precedent, which is reflected, it seems to me, in that second paragraph of the table on page 61. That is not about the impacts of Narachan itself, but it's about a fear factor based on precedential value of grant of consent and the potential for further development to come along and affect the balance in a way you don't like. That's fair, isn't it? That has been part of your decision-making process.
Well, I think the weight is really on the effects of Narachan as proposed. However, it has to be seen in the context of a further developing cumulative baseline.
Well, it's obviously your evidence. You introduced the 2 factors. I'm not suggesting they're equally weighted, but in you weren't prompted by your own advocate. Precedent has formed part of your reasoning, and that is reflected, isn't it, in that paragraph 2 on page 61. That's why you wrote there's a potential for further development. It's not Narachan that's that further development. Other development in the future might come forward, and actually it would be unhelpful if Narachan was granted as a precedent. That is part of your case, isn't it?
I think, as I said, Narachan has to be seen as on a timeline of what has occurred until now and what may occur in the future. However, I am aware, obviously, that a decision now doesn't necessarily, or rather what happens in the future doesn't have as much weight as what is currently in hand.
Well, I'll make
But
submissions.
it would be foolish not to see it as part of an ongoing trend.
Obviously, I'll make submissions about precedent in planning case and due case, and we can probably pick that up in the policy session. But for now, I'm just dealing with your evidence. And I think you're agreeing with me that precedent and that fear factor of what may come in the future has been one of the two reasons given for your position at this inquiry. That's fair, isn't it?
Well, it's one of, certainly when considering the cumulative case, that is a consideration. But I think the main weight of the evidence is in respect of the development itself in the current baseline.
Well, that's fine. And I've noted that there's some undefined value, a weight placed on precedent. But let's have a look. The majority of the weight then goes on the impacts of Narachan itself. There's a problem for you there, because what you saying what you said in the consultation responses to those other wind farms, and what you say on page 61, sort of synthesizing those matters, is that there's a current low level of development experienced on the island and in views west of Kintyre and beyond. Whilst there's currently a level of wind farm development on Kintyre, this is relatively small scale, well separated by undeveloped areas, and do not strongly affect perceptions of the area. So if the bulk of your case is on Narachan, everything's fine. Narachan comes along, suddenly you're going to undermine the entire integrity of the NSA. That's your case, isn't it? If that's the way you want to play it, the weight of your case, we go from everything's fine, no objection to those other three schemes. Narachan comes along and all hell breaks loose. That's your case, isn't it?
Well, you're making the assumption that these other schemes are entirely equivalent to Narachan, and they're not, for two reasons, or perhaps three reasons. One of which, important one, is their position in the cumulative development of wind farms on Kintyre. Probably what I was more focused on when looking at Sheardrim and High Constellation is to whether they would actually start to break up what you've just described as the relatively small clusters with large separation gaps. And I felt in those two cases, they didn't extend the clusters enough and didn't close the gaps enough for that perception to be tipped. And in the case of Clackade Glen, except from the highest parts of the National Scenic Area, it's not really terribly visible because it's in Clackade Glen on the other side of the peninsula. So it's not entirely equivalent, whereas Narachan comes along in a location and at a point and at a size where it starts to squeeze the gap, extend the group, break up the pattern that you've described, or that you described that I described. It has aviation lighting, and it has effects, SOLAS effects in the daytime that are at least equivalent to those other schemes. But it is particularly the cumulative situation and the lighting together that heightens the, should we say, the effect, the overall effect.
Yeah, you see, that's all very helpful, because on a solus basis, I mean, I agree. All the cases are different. The wind farms are in different locations, and the reporter can see that. And there's some background papers in the documents. But in general terms, the solus effects you've just said are about the same. Fine. So what you're then dealing with are the cumulative effects and the introduction of aviation lighting. Those are the two distinguishing features. But the difficulty for you, Dr. Wimble, and the proposition that will be put in closing is that you move from a position of being comfortable to a point where not even Roman 2 in policy 4 is engaged in relation to significant adverse effects on any of the SLQs, to a point where Narachan comes along and actually going to undermine the integrity of the whole NSA. That's the jump, isn't it? So from that baseline that's described, one that you're happy with, and on your table 61, the impact of the cumulative effects plus the introduction of the aviation lighting get you from nothing to undermining integrity of the whole of the NSA. That's your case.
Well, first of all, you say perhaps I should have been a bit more specific about how Narachan compares with the other schemes. Really, I'm talking about high constellation. Sheardrim, I can't actually remember, and Clachay Glen clearly from the NSA, or most of the NSA, is not visible. So its solus effects are not really comparable to that of Narachan. Mm-hmm. The second point I'd like to make is that obviously you're referring to the planning document and the two criteria in that section, whereas really as a landscape architect, that would have not been in the forefront. That one and those Roman points 1 and 2 would not have been in the forefront of my mind. More, I would have been looking at the landscape and visual effects as experienced from the NSA.
Yeah, but it doesn't work like that, unfortunately, Dr. Wimble, because the language you use now, obviously, the adoption of MPF 4 formally in February. But if you look at your table on page 61, which is also, of course, February 23, we get to both the first paragraph on that page and the last paragraph. This development is located outside the NSA. Two distinct SLQs currently experienced that would be significantly adverse affected distinctive coastline and the exception for outdoor recreation. But the last paragraph then, in conclusion, the objectives of designation would be compromised by this proposal, as there would be significant adverse effects on two of the qualities for which the North Arran NSA has been designated. Whilst the effects are concentrated on the west side of the NSA, they're sufficiently significant and extensive to compromise the overall integrity of the North Arran NSA. I mean, that's the language that you use. That is the language of policy 4, isn't it?
Yes.
That's your case.
However, you're talking about schemes that I reviewed in 2019 when that language would have been a little less to the forefront of my mind. And obviously I prepared for a public inquiry here and looked at things in depth and looked at the methodology in depth, and I'm using the type of language that the methodology that is appropriate for the methodology, which is examining effects on SLQs. If you saw other assessments I did, you would see I reviewed many more SLQs, even perhaps just to discount most of them, but went through a very formal process.
Yes.
And that's what I've done here. It's a much more detailed process than I would have done for especially back in 2019 assessment for NatureScott for a consultation response.
Don't understand that, Dr. Wimble, with respect, because Nature Scott has had its draft assessment guidance. It's never actually been made public, but it's had its draft assessment guidance in play for a number of years, hasn't it?
It has.
Yeah, so that's the guidance that you have used. Presumably you were using when you were engaging with the SLQs in those other cases.
Yes, possibly in an earlier form. I don't
Yeah.
know when this particular iteration came out.
So there's a consistency in the document. Obviously, policy is a matter for others, but the point which perhaps you seem to be missing is that the jump is from no problem. It's all relatively small scale and well separated on Kintyre, and that's the view that's reflected in those other cases. To Narachan comes along, oh my goodness, the objectives of the designation will be compromised to such an extent that overall integrity will be undermined. That's the jump, isn't it? That's the heavy lifting, if you like, the burden that you are placing on Narachan. That's your case.
Well, I think you're perhaps making a mountain out of a molehill here, because if you do engage with the SLQs and you find there are significant effects on one or two of them even, then the methodology is fairly clear that it doesn't have to be a devastating effect over the whole of a national scenic area for one or the majority of its SLQs to be considered a matter of affecting the objectives of designation, which are based on the SLQs, or indeed of having an effect on the integrity overall, because a part is seen as part of the whole designation, even if other areas are not affected. So it can perhaps seem like the view through a microscope has suddenly become the view on a big screen in front of you. Well, that's just the way the methodology works. And there is precedent for taking this approach in the conclusions of the reporters for Glenn Shiro and Kaplich.
I was going to do with this later. I mean, we're mixing up a number of points there. I've got enough to make my submissions, Dr. Wimble, but let's unpack some of that material. Let's start. So I'd like to go to the LCTs, if we may. So we're still going to be in the context of SLQs, all right? But I want to go to the LCTs, and I'm just going to note along the way, before we go to that document, what the resting position of your case, and we can pick this up from your inquiry recognition paragraph 3.2. It's not in doubt, but if I just read it to you, my assessment is that the proposed development would have the following effects. Landscape and visual effects would be concentrated on the western part of the NSA, including the coast between Lochranza in the north and Macquarie in the south, and in the Pernmill Hills above the coast. And then you get bullet point 2, landscape effects of the proposed development alone, or in addition to cumulative baselines, would not be significant, although total cumulative effects of future scenarios could be significant for the coastal area. And then you go on to visual effects, which we'll come on to. But in landscape terms, that's the resting position, isn't it? Both in SOLAS terms and in cumulative assessment, there are no significant effects.
On landscape?
Yeah, on landscape. Okay, so let's turn to the LCTs. And the place I want to go are to the descriptions of LCTs 59, 62, 65 and 83. And we'll see that it's in the Nature Scott guidance in relation to, or the descriptions of the LCTs. We've got 4 affected areas, and we can see the descriptions in SNH landscape character types, maps and descriptions, and that's CD 13018.
I have those.
Thank you very much. And there are 4 LCTs which are in play, aren't there? So they are 59. There's the raised beach coasting cliffs, the 62 coastal headlines, 65 coastal lowland moor, and then 83 rugged uplands. Is that right?
Oh.
And so LCT 59, I think it's
the first one.
Yeah. So we've got reference to landscape of visual drama, contrasts with a strong sense of seclusion, and where less accessible, a strong sense of remoteness. And then there's reference to longer distance, which are focused seawards. Yeah?
Yeah.
And then 62, the coastal headlands. I mean, it's a similar point in really all of these. Exposed, open and highly visible landscape with panoramic views over the coastal edge and the Firth of Clyde. We've also got the coastal lowland moor, 65 longer distance glimpse views over the Kilbrannan Sound and Kintyre to the west, often available. And then rugged uplands, Ayrshire notes, grand, large-scale, remote landscape with wild character from the summits. There are dramatic and extensive views in all directions. So we can look at those in the project can look at those in detail. But all of those LCTs, the descriptions of key characteristics, involve long distance and seaward facing views, don't they?
Uh-huh.
Do you agree? I mean, those are the references. So panoramic views over the coastal edge and Firth of Clyde, so it's coastal lowland moor. If I just repeat, long distance glimpse views of the Kilbrannan Sound and Kintyre to the west are often available, etc., etc. So views from Arran, obviously these are covering larger areas, but from Arran, key characteristics include views towards Kintyre. Do you agree?
In all directions from the uplands, yeah.
Well, and on the coast as well. So it's not just uplands.
No, I'm saying that I don't think it mentions views particularly towards Kintyre from the rugged uplands. Anyway.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, no, views. To be fair to you,
you are on an island and there are views across water.
Yeah, but you're right, in rugged uplands, let's be precise, that is grand, large-scale, remote landscape with wild character from the summits. There are dramatic and extensive views in all directions. So they aren't focused. But in the others, so the coastal lowland moor, they specifically are about the Kilbrannan Sound and towards Kintyre, aren't they?
Uh-huh.
So the way those character effects would be experienced would be by looking at, wouldn't they? They're people who are receptors who are experiencing those landscape characteristics, or the key characteristics of the landscape character area.
Well, there are visual receptors.
Of course.
This is a landscape assessment.
Yes, but in order to perceive landscape, that's you have to have people, don't you?
Well, in order to describe landscape character as a concept is a human concept, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Landscape is...
And it
landscape,
is experienced by people who are visual receptors.
Absolutely. Landscape is land as perceived by humans, isn't it? That's what landscape is. And
landscape character is.
Yeah, landscape character is, yeah. So in those landscape documents, views towards coastal edge, views towards Kintyre are taken into account. And those views will include existing wind farms.
Yes, there would be there's some level of development on Kintyre.
Well, presumably that will be the same level of development. We don't need to go back to your page 61, which is your SLQ assessment, but presumably to be consistent, it would be the same. Current low level of development experienced on the island in views west to Kintyre and beyond. Currently a level of wind farm development on Kintyre that's relatively small scale, well separated by undeveloped areas and doesn't strongly affect perceptions of the area. That's presumably what people will be looking at.
Mm-hmm.
And the level of agreement that's reached, taking into account those landscape character assessments, those landscape character types, and the key characteristics, is that there's no impact either on a solus basis or a cumulative basis, isn't it?
No significant impact.
Yeah, no significant. No, you reading back your back words, landscape effects of the proposed development alone or in addition to cumulative baselines would not be significant. That's what you've agreed.
Yes.
So those character types, those key characteristics, take into account those seaward views and those views across the Sound and those views of Kintyre and those views of wind farms. And you've been content both on a solus and cumulative basis that there are no significant adverse effects.
Yes.
That's what you've told us.
I think I explained in chief that I put in most cases more weight on, if you like, what's in the landscape area than what can be seen from the landscape area, because it is a landscape character assessment. Obviously, there may be one or two landscape character areas that are more heavily influenced by their surroundings than by what actually lies within them. But in order to carry out a landscape and visual impact assessment, I have to try and separate out in my mind what is landscape character, which is, largely a concept, and what is visual experience, which is an effect on a visual receptor.
Yeah, of course, the distinction between landscape character and visual amenities, well, I can't understood by myself. And indeed, the nature of the assessment that you're doing, in relation to SLQs. But the point remains that key characteristics in a landscape sense, according to Nature Scott, I'm reading their own document, includes views from these four impacted LCTs, panoramic views across the Kill, Brannan Sound towards Kintyre. And that's part of their character, isn't it? That's what Nature Scott tells us.
Well, that is part of their character.
Yep. Well, to this extent, sorry, I don't want to cut. Yeah, you go.
But there are several bullet points describing other contributory characteristics.
Well, can we agree this? To the extent, and the reporter will read those LCT descriptions for the 4 affected LCTs, to the extent that views go to character, and to the extent that in those views towards Kintyre, you can see wind farms, which in your view are relatively small scale, well separated by undeveloped areas, do not strongly affect perceptions of the area. They are taken into account in your view, or your acceptance that there are no significant adverse effects both in solus or cumulative scenarios.
There's quite a lot to unpack there, but I mean, each one mentions views. I'm not sure it mentions views of wind farms or development on Kintyre, but it's obviously a given that there is some level of development, but I am talking about the current level of development and not even the consented level of development. So there is obviously some influence on character of these views, and within the idea of the view affecting character, there's a smaller subdivision that what's in the view affects character.
Yeah, I think you're saying yes, and I'm pleased you do, because logically, you've looked at all of these key characteristics. You've looked at the LCT in a landscape. You understand the difference between character and visual effects, of course, to the extent that they focus on views and the views of Kilbrannan Sound and Kintyre, and we can read those. You are going to see the formation of wind farms on Kintyre. And to that extent, you came to the view, both in solus and cumulative baseline scenarios, there were no significant adverse effects, didn't you?
Right, there were no significant adverse effects on the landscape character of these areas due to Narachan being put into that context. Yes, that's right. But as I say, it is a landscape assessment, and then I've undertaken a visual assessment. Of
course, but we're in the context of SLQs. That's where this sort of subtopic has come from. Special landscape qualities, and perhaps the keys in the word, or in the clues in the term. That is more related to landscape, isn't it, than visual? It's not irrelevant, visual, but SLQs are landscape qualities.
Well, if you were to take the term on face value, you could argue that, but the methodology clearly emphasizes the experiential aspect, and obviously to be experienced, there has to be a receptor, a visual receptor, a person. And rightly or wrongly, my focus is on the visual effects when it comes to assessing the SLQs, more so than it is when it comes to assessing effects on landscape character.
Yeah, you can see the problem, Dr. Wimble, that faces you, no doubt, that in accepting no significant adverse landscape effects in the LCTs, which include views towards Kintyre, you introduce Narachan, and then suddenly again all hell breaks loose and you're undermining the integrity of the SNA. It logically, it's very difficult, isn't it, for you to make that as a case?
Well, not if you read the methodology for undertaking assessment of SLQs, and not if you read the conclusions of Kaplich and Glenn Sherrow.
Well, we'll go there because I've read your methodology in detail, as you'd expect, and I can make my submissions on it. But that's the proposition I'm putting to you, that based on the LCTs, you've got a mighty problem. But that's probably a matter for submissions. Let's have a look at the. Well, actually, we don't need to go to Kaplich because that was done. But let's go to Glenn Sherrow. And I'm interested probably in what was done by Nature's Scott, or just to draw a bit of put a bit of context as to what the decision was about. So CD 13082. And the reason I'm going here is because in your precognition, it's just in a footnote on page 6. It's in footnote 19 on page 6 of your precognition, where you say, or it's your point about, it's also an approach, sure, paragraph 5.16. It's an approach supported by previous inquiry decisions where significant effects on some SLQs in part of a designated area have been found to compromise the overall integrity of an SNA and the objectives of its designation. And then you've got footnote 19, CD 14021. That's the Glen Sherrow decision, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
You don't raise it by name, but that's Glen Sherrow, and then you do reference Caplick.
Because it didn't have a CD at the time.
Yeah, but it's Glen Sherrow. So
late entry.
Or late entry. All right. So let's have a look at Glen Sherrow. And I don't know how familiar you are with the facts of Glen Sherrow. Was that your case that you did for Nature's Scott?
I think it was Carol Anderson.
Yeah. So the board can read all of this, but perhaps we only need to go to the conclusions.
Is this of the Nature's Scott?
So this is of the Nature's Scott Landscape Inquiry report to the Glen Sherrow inquiry. And it's section 7. Do you have that?
Yes.
So it's just a summary of what was said, but it's to draw a distinction, because here you can see Scott's consultation response to the ECU, 2nd of May 2019, objected to propose on the basis of its significant adverse effects on the SLQs of the National Park and on the Braeroy, Glenshire and Craig Wildland Area 19. Undertaken a detailed assessment of the effects on the SLQs of the Cairngorms National Park. There would be significant adverse effects arising in the groups of SLQs broadly related to scenic and wilderness attributes. Reviewed the assessment, undertaken my own detailed assessment, similarly detailed assessment in relation to wildland. Conclude that significant adverse effects arise on a number of these qualities, with these principally affecting the eastern part of the high mountains, centred on Craigmead, and from within the Upper Roy Glen to Lochsperia line at the core of the WLA. The basket of effects, and go to the report if you want, but I thought it was helpful just to look at this document. The basket of effects at Glen Sherrow were deeper and more intense than you are even putting it at Narachan, weren't they?
Well, you seem to be talking about the WLA and
paragraph 7.2 deals with there's two parts, the SLQs of the Cairngorms National Park, and then there are there's the wildland point as well.
Yeah.
If you're not in a position to comment, that's fine. But
no, I have read the report, and while the proposed wind farm is closer to the boundary, the assessment also finds effects on SLQs in some of the sub areas that are relatively far away from the scheme.
Yeah. The point is this, that these things are all about professional judgment. But when the reporter looks at both the Caplick decision and the Glen Sherrow decision, and indeed the underlying papers, the degree, the intensity of the effects were very different to the effects that you're getting with Narachan and this NSA. Do you at least agree that in principle?
Well, as I say, I've noted that some of the effects are more distant and therefore would probably be less intense at a moderate rather than a high level. In this assessment, there's a big table assessing several different areas, and some of the attributes in some of the further areas are considered to be significantly affected. So it's a mix.
All right. Well, I can use that again for submissions. I think there's no disagreement between us that these are matters, aren't they, are professional judgment, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
There's an assessment rubric, but ultimately you're forming a professional judgment on how the impacts on any SLQs affect either they go to Roman numeral 2 or whether they go to the integrity of the NSA as a whole. That's a matter for informed judgment.
Mm-hmm.
It's also agreed, I think, that there can be circumstances where SLQs so go to the heart of reasons for designation that you might impact on one, you might impact on part of one, and actually that view could be reached. That's possible, isn't it? And I think that's the point you're trying to make in relation to Glenshire and Capley.
Well, the main point I'm trying to make is that I think really counter to what Ms. Oxley was saying yesterday is that it does not have to be a majority effect. I don't think anybody's contemplating the fact that there would be, sort of total devastation, high effects over the whole area. There simply has to be an effect on a part of the area and on at least one of the SLQs.
No.
Or to raise into consideration that can be an effect on integrity.
Well, it would have to be. I mean, I'm glad you added that last caveat. You then get into the debate about whether or not that would undermine integrity as a whole within Roman 1, don't you? You need to have a vehicle to get there. You have to have at least adverse effects or significant adverse effects on the objectives of designation to get before you can get to the integrity point. So if it's a matter of judgment, it's a matter for the reporter to determine. But your case is that on a geographically limited area, where you've accepted in landscape character terms there are no significant adverse effects, either solus or cumulative, and with an agreed basket of visual effects which you set out in your precognition at 3.2 bullet point 3, that somehow that limited basket of effects mainlines into integrity to a point where it's undermined overall. That's your argument, isn't it?
Well, I've made my position clear on how I assess effects on landscape character. I made it clear in chief, and I just tried to make it clear a few minutes ago. So you understand the different weight that I put on visual effects when it comes to SLQs as opposed to LCTs.
Yeah. Well, that's fine, but
rightly or wrongly, that's the approach that I take. So, therefore, it's quite likely that I would be more likely to find significant effects on SLQs for that reason, especially if there are significant visual effects in hand. And secondly, you really are trying to dramatise the issue of things not being significant and suddenly being significant, because that's just how the methodology and the assessment works. Significance can be a razor-thin judgment and differ between individual practitioners.
Well, it doesn't, with respect, Dr. Wimble, because
it's either significant or it's not. You make a decision, and that's where you end up.
But the problem for you, which is I'm going to suggest is manifest to all, is that you jump from a position with all the differences on the other three wind farms across the way of saying fine, no impact. And in your table 61, in saying current level of development is that's all fine, you jump with the introduction of Narachan, whatever assessment methodology you use, to a Roman numeral 1 point, where you then say, all hell has broken loose and the NSA is undermined. That is your case.
Well,
however you get there, that is your case, isn't it?
Those are your words. All hell breaks loose.
Well, let's use it.
The assessment methodology is a little bit less dramatic in its approach.
Well, let's stick to the language of policy. In your language, we move from a position of no, of no objections to your final paragraph on 61 is that the objectives of the designation would be compromised by this proposal. Significant adverse effects on two of the qualities. The effects are concentrated on the west side of the NSA. They're sufficiently significant and extensive to compromise the overall integrity of the North Arran NSA. So forget my colourful language for a minute. That's the jump, isn't it? It's all okay. It's okay. Narachan comes along. We're going to undermine the whole NSA. That is your case.
Well, you are making it into a very black and white picture.
Yeah, I am.
For instance, you don't know how I came to my conclusions on the other wind farms, or whether I made as you would have it, a similar black and white judgment. But I certainly considered the effects on the NSA back in 2019, and I came to similar conclusions about the landscape effects. But this time, because of the visual effects, because of the cumulative effects, because of the lighting, I felt that had sufficient weight to tip the balance towards effects on the SLQs.
Yeah, well, you forget the precedent. You forget the
leads to a cascade, a bit like a game of mousetrap, where, yes, it does affect the objectives of designation, because that's what the SLQs are based on, and also affects the integrity, because you're talking about a reasonably significant area, distinctive area of the NSA that is affected.
You
and we all agreed that there are moderate visual impacts across most of that area affected by the ZTV between the coast and the Pern Mill Hills.
Yeah,
so that's not a tiny area at all.
You very neatly put it for me. A bit like the game, the cascade, the straw that breaks the camel back, whatever you want to call it. It's fine. And then with a basket of no landscape effects or no significant adverse landscape effects and a basket of moderate visual effects, you get to a point suddenly where you are undermining the integrity of the entire NSA. That is, however you methodology, whatever you want to point to, that is the jump that you have made, isn't it? And is your case that you say credibly you put into this reporter.
In somewhat less dramatic language, I have followed the methodology and found there to be significant impacts on two of the SLQs in a not insubstantial area of NSA.
I've got about 3 or 4 minutes of questions on this, and then probably it'd be lunchtime, Dr. Wimble, and we'll move away. But just in terms of the recreational opportunities, do you certainly within the mountains, can you agree that they're focused on the more dramatic and accessible northeastern mountains, so around Goat Fell?
Well, in terms of the number of people, that's certainly the case.
Yep. Coastal opportunities, they're available all around the coast. There's not a real amount of distinction.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's a different experience in the west and the east, though.
Yeah. I think you have said that you'd been, as have a number of us, and as Oxley said herself, been to Arran, nothing to do with this case, but been as a tourist, presumably on the. Have you been walking and climbing and so on?
Yes.
Part of that draw, the mountains around Goat Fell are dramatic, aren't they?
Yes.
That there's no suggestion from you or Nature Scott, is there, that somehow there's going to be a deterrence factor? In other words, if you put Narachan as a wind farm on Kintyre, that people are going to stop coming and enjoying those mountains climbing and scrambling opportunities?
No, that's correct, but that's obviously not part of the SLQ study area that I concentrated on.
No, but impact, you know, as a perception, it's got to mean something, hasn't it? What's the planning consequence? And you presumably are saying, because you were very clear in focusing on perception, that somebody would have to say, I really like climbing Goat Fell and I really like climbing on those mountains, but now Narachan Wind Farm has been introduced into the baseline at Kintyre. Somehow I don't like this as much, or I don't want to come back. Is that fair?
Well, we're possibly straying into tourism here.
Well,
but nevertheless, maybe some people might start to notice wind farms on Kintyre more, even from Goat Fell, as the cumulative situation develops, including Narachan.
hold on. So might start to notice wind farm development on Kintyre.
Might be more aware of it. Yes.
Might be more aware of it. So might be more aware of it if Narachan comes along. But you put so much weight on that you're saying that might be aware undermines the integrity of the NSA as a whole, aren't you?
Well, I think they'd be more aware of it if they were on the Pern Mill Hills.
Mm-hmm. All right. In terms of the coastline, the distinctive raised beaches, that is a interesting geomorphological phenomena, isn't it? When you're there, it's obvious to people that there's something different. And actually, you have views across to Kintyre, but a lot of that is up and down the coastline. That's where the focus of the eye is.
Well, yes, both.
And it's got to be that proportion of views and perception of that quality over towards Kintyre with the addition of Narachan that would have to be the defining difference, wouldn't it? From what's there now to an undermining of the integrity as a whole. So people on that coastline looking up and down the coast, and they'd have to look across to Kintyre. Then they'd have to look at Narachan and go, goodness, this geomorphological feature suddenly I can't perceive that as well, or I don't enjoy it too much to the point where the integrity is undermined. That's what you're saying.
I'm not sure most people think like that. However, having experienced the West Coast as an innocent tourist as well as a landscape architect, I don't think my focus was terribly much on the geomorphology and landforms. It was really more on the beaches and the views along the island and across the sea.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that helps me. So beaches up and down the coast, and then to the extent that you're looking across to Kintyre, and to the extent that you're adding in another wind farm, that's got to be the thing that makes the difference, isn't it? According to you, that's your case.
Well, adding in another wind farm or more is likely to increase people's awareness of wind farms affecting their outlook from the area.
Well, we're dealing with Narachan, aren't we?
Yes.
Not the fear of what's coming. People won't know about that. They don't know about that. That's not for us. That's a matter for other schemes in the future to make their way. Your case is that what they've got at the moment, looking up and down the beaches and the coast, looking across to Kintyre, suddenly if Narachan is there, that whole perception is so unsettled that the integrity of the NSA as a whole is undermined. That is how high you put your case, isn't it?
Well, I think it would change people's experience and perception of the area, especially if you start to think of High Constellation being there as well as Narachan, and the size of the group of turbines that would result. I think that would become much more of a noticeable feature and might affect some people's perceptions and experience and enjoyment of the area.
But we know that High Constellation didn't trigger that point for you or for Nature Scott, even though you tell us that that's particularly of note. In the consultation responses and the position that was taken, that didn't even get to first base. There were no significant adverse effects, were there?
But we're now, I understood we were discussing the sort of experience of people going along the coast as opposed to my assessment.
We were, but your point was particularly that particularly because High Constellation is going to be there. You were saying, well, that's heightened the sensitivity, and then you put Narachan on, then suddenly that's where the problem is. But you move from a position where High Constellation didn't trigger any of those concerns, didn't trigger the NSA SLQ test, and then suddenly you put Narachan next door to it, and you go straight to the top to undermining the integrity of the whole. That's your case.
Well, I think I've made it perfectly plain that it's not simply the solus effects of Narachan, but its addition to the ongoing cumulative development in the area and the effects of lighting at night. Okay,
just final question, relation to some field work, because the impression given, well, if it was given, was that you'd done lots of field work in relation to the perception and experiential matters. In LUC's inquiry report, Appendix D. So those are the SLQ assessment photographs. So these are non-technical, but these are images which are designed to capture the flavour and experience of the SLQs. From that, do you accept that what's been done by Soxley and LUC has indeed been based on fieldwork and been based on what you see, what you experience, what her professional judgment is out in the field? And these photographs capture some of that, don't they?
Sorry, I'm just looking up. There we are, towards the end. Well, I don't think I ever argued that they didn't undertake field work.
No, you said in your evidence in chief that LUC, you appeared to criticise the work by saying it was a more kind of nuts and bolts mechanical assessment, and you'd done something different. You'd risen above that to have perception and experiential, to allow perceptive and experiential judgments. And the point I'm making is that's exactly what LUC have done as well. And these photographs are, as they're written into the report, are designed to capture some of that, aren't they?
They are. However, this doesn't really come out in the assessment table.
Final question on that before we take a break. The guidelines for SLQ assessment, they're not public, are they? a draft.
That's correct.
And are you aware that there at no stage did Nature Scott ask or provide that draft assessment to my client or their consultants to undertake an assessment against it?
I'm aware that you're making that case, but I'm not aware of the details of what transpired before
Right.
I was involved.
That's fair. In any event, the assessment that's been undertaken, whilst it might not be in exactly that format, the explicable reason is I've just given, the information that's been provided by the applicant, you might disagree with it, but is full and comprehensive enough, isn't it, for an assessor or a reporter in this case to form a view?
Well, it is comprehensive. My feeling is that it doesn't quite follow the spirit of the guidance in that it is made up of parts of other things as opposed to, if you like, a more from personal experience assessment.
Well, that's a point you can make. The reporter's got both of these documents, got plenty of information. Ultimately, she's going to form a view herself. So that's probably at 1 o'clock, Mum, a good time to get some food.
Yes, very good timing, thank you. Yeah, I think we should take an hour. Is that okay? Quite content to commence
Yes.
at 2 o'clock. Yeah.
Super. Thank you very much indeed.
That's lovely. See you then. Bye.
Okay.
Waiting, Mr. Hardy, yeah. All here. All here. Okay. Mr. Hardy, I presume that you have further questions, yeah?
I do.
Right, that's fine. Before we continue, could I just check how we're going with timeframes today? Are people fairly content that we'll finish comfortably?
Oh, definitely, yes. I've got probably an hour and a quarter, something like that. So we're going to finish.
Okay. My intention would be to take a short break then before I ask any questions and then on to the examination. Or Mr. Gregg, would you rather I ask the questions first and then we move to have a break before re-examination?
Whatever suits you, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Right. We'll carry on. Again, it's been quite a long day for the witness, so I'll take a break at a point which I think is probably appropriate then. And I think what we'll do at the end of the day is I'll just have a very short discussion while I've got Nature Scott here today, just to check on some aviation matters in relation to my site inspections. Just so if we could do that today rather than at the end of tomorrow, that would be helpful. Yep. Okay. Okay, so I'll hand over to Mr. Hardy to continue. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So giving you an indication of timescale, about an hour and a quarter. So to give you some comfort there, in terms of topics that we're going to cover, so it's going to be aviation lighting. Then we're going to look at cumulative, and included in that are going to be sort of design and fit. And then there are going to be some miscellaneous questions by way of sweeping up at the end, Dr. Wimble. So that's the kind of order of play. So I want to start first of all with aviation lighting, and I think there's a distinction to be drawn between what I'm going to call technical matters going to the source. So in other words, the kind of technical side of what's actually produced by light and specifications and how they're tied down by conditions. That's not for you. But what we are going to deal with are the kind of receptor points, so where lights might be seen and why that might matter. I want to start though with documents because, as you rightly indicated, the applicant has spent a lot of time trying to help the reporter come to a view on this. And in the documents at CD 13083, there is a report on aviation warning lights that's been produced by Dr. Lumsden. And then at CD 13084, there is a report from him. And at 13085, the technical report underlying that from another case called Clash Gore. I just want to understand from you, because I haven't seen anything which purports to gainsay that first of all, you have read that material, and secondly, that I'd be right to say Nature Scott hasn't, or you haven't produced anything to contradict it or to gainsay what's said.
That's correct. I've read the first one not very much depth. I haven't read the other ones.
So they're the underlying or the papers which underlie the applicant's case in a number of respects. So if you've not read it, you're the witness. You've read it to a point where I can put some questions, but presumably then there isn't anybody else from Nature Scott that's going to come forward or going to gainsay what Dr. Lumsden has to say.
Well, not unless it's at the hearing, but not me at this juncture. I understand the issues involved and have had a look through the first report, but I haven't read too much of the technical detail in depth.
Okay. Well, that technical report is there for a purpose. Just try and I'll ask this question if it's beyond what you feel comfortable with, just say. In broad terms, Dr. Lumsden deals with a number of matters of physics, include the eye and how that works, but also atmospheric attenuation. So the sort of time periods at which you might get conditions where lights can be observed. Nature Scott hasn't put any information in. There's nothing before us to gainsay that, has it? In relation to atmospheric attenuation.
I don't think they've put anything in terms of technical material.
No. So the best evidence before this reporter, and you heard Miss Oxley yesterday take a slightly precautionary view. There were some statistics that were given, very low statistics, 1.6% and so on. What she said, well, look, she was going to use qualitative language, acting on a precautionary basis, to say that that was a very small period of time, a very small, a very short duration. Do you accept that? It seems to me you aren't in a position evidentially to gainsay it.
Well, I would accept the approach taken by Ms. Oxley, yes. And
Okay.
that would be the inherent purpose of having variable intensity lighting in any case.
Yeah. So if that's right, when the reporter comes to look at the effects, we're actually dealing with, when you take into account atmospheric attenuation, and very short periods of time indeed, when worst case or realistic worst case may occur. That's the takeaway, isn't it, from what Dr. Lumsden has had and set out carefully in his reports?
Yes, my understanding is there would be a relatively few specific occasions where you would see the unattenuated lighting in clearer conditions.
Okay. So your case, your objection, you tell us that lighting is one of the reasons why SLQ is undermined and with integrity and so on. That boils down to that what is now an agreed position, that this is for very small periods of time. That's the unattenuated position. And the reporter needs to take that into account when weighing up the potential harm, doesn't she?
Well, she needs to take that into account, but I mean, my assessment is really concentrated on the other 90-something% of the time when the lower intensity lighting would be in place.
Okay, so in terms of the unattenuated impacts, that's agreed, small scale, and that's not really been your focus. What I think you're saying there is you've looked at the other periods of time in which the less intense effects would occur. That's been the burden of your case, is it?
Yeah, which would cover the bulk of the time.
Your neither you nor Nature Scott has provided your own detailed nighttime assessment, have you?
Well, I think so when you say nighttime assessment, I have discussed the baseline in landscape character section, and then I have a section 7 where I, in some detail, talk about the visual effects of the lighting from the two main affected viewpoints.
It's a qualitative assessment, but in terms of, I suppose, more rigorous technical assessment, you were very hot, you see, on the...
No, I've relied on the data supplied in the applicant's assessment in terms of what light intensities would be and where you would see them from.
Very good. That's helpful. Thank you. And that can then lead us neatly on then to the aviation lighting ZTV, if we may. So for that, we need SEI figure 6.4.3A. And that, I believe, is CD 05, 14 and 15.
Uh-huh.
Do you have that?
Yes.
And just want to if you would agree with me that at a high level to start with, different areas are going to experience a different intensity of light. That's what that document is trying to do, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Do you agree? Sounds a little bit hesitant.
I'm just looking at it, making sure I'm looking at the right one. Yes, that's correct.
And you'll see the legend where you've got a table, you've got some colour bandings. Can you see? Can you see that?
Figure A643.
Yep.
B.
Yep.
Yes.
And you'll see there you've got vertical angle of lighting from the nacelle, maximum luminous intensity, and then 10% maximum luminous intensity in the right hand side. You see that?
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Yep.
The coastal road sits in the area of green, doesn't it?
Just need to blow this up a bit. Uh-huh. Yeah.
So that's in the 80 to 750 candela at 100%, can you see? And then the 8
Yes.
to 75 candela at 10%.
Yes.
Can you see that?
Yes.
So the point being that there is, it isn't just a one size fits all, and that the information provided by the applicant, which you say that you accept in terms of factual and technical sense, demonstrates that, doesn't it? That there is variability. It depends on where you are.
Yes, that's correct.
And so height and the angle, so the attenuation, the ability to dim and to have angle-related mitigation means that you've got to be in a certain place, certain height, certain atmospheric conditions to receive the most intense lighting impact.
Well, I imagine we'd take atmospheric conditions out of the equation when looking at this, and it shows how it varies with height.
Well, that's quite right. I was short-circuiting, I suppose. Let's just stick with what you've got here. So height, you've got the ZTV is what you say. So let's stick with that. There is variability, isn't it? Which is shown on that document. And the factual, the technical basis of that, you agree?
Correct.
Other attenuation then to be added to that comes from the material from Dr. Lumsden, with which you also agree, and that is in relation to atmospheric attenuation.
Yes, although that's obviously not predictable.
Of course. I mean, it's a bit like other ZTVs, isn't it? The ZTV is the worst case scenario because it's not atmospheric, but in the real world, there will be atmospheric conditions in play, a bit like bare earth ZTVs and, you know, and vegetation and so on. That there's a theoretical case that's useful for analysis purposes. And then you have to factor in real world situations as well, don't you?
I don't think that ZTVs and atmospheric conditions overlap at all. Because
no, absolutely is not. That's what I've
simply
just said. That
the theoretical visibility.
You've misunderstood. You've misunderstood. That's exactly what I was saying. That
Yes.
the ZTV is a zone of theoretical visibility. Yes. It is what it is. But overlaying with that, when you then, as in when you come to make a decision, not overlaying on that ZTV. That's my lack of clarity in language. When you have a decision, you have to factor in real world, don't you? And that will include atmospheric attenuation, just the same as with a ZTV in landscape terms would include, you'd have to look at the trees and other things which aren't shown on the bare earth.
Well, yes and no. If you're, I mean, in the real world, yes, but when you're making an assessment, we're probably going to come to this. I don't know whether I'm going to short circuit here, but we generally take what is called the maximum case scenario. So when we prepare visualizations and where we undertake an assessment, we assume there would be good atmospheric clarity.
Yeah, but the thing is that we've got predictable, certainly to a degree, predictable atmospheric attenuation in the agreed meteorological data which Dr. Lumsden has drawn on. So it isn't just, well, we don't know. We've agreed, haven't we? You've used the information that includes the prediction of atmospheric attenuation, which has been put forward by the applicant.
Well, I have no way of disproving that one way or the other. I'm simply stating how assessments are undertaken, which assumes a good, well, if you want to use the meteorological terminology, very good or excellent conditions, because there are many times where the cloud will be so low here that even in daytime you won't see the turbines, and then of course there'll be the nighttime where you don't see the physical structure of the turbines. So assessments obviously have to be undertaken on the assumption of good visibility and well, in this case, obviously not at night, but it's the same principle applies, but almost in reverse as a daytime assessment.
Well, but you know, don't you, that good atmospheric quality isn't going to occur all of the time, and that the lights are going to be dimmed to 10% when it is. We know that from the agreed position. Would you do you agree that?
Well, yes, but
thank you.
I mean, perhaps you haven't heard the point I'm trying to make.
I have. I've absolutely heard it, Dr. Lumsden. It's no different, it seems to me, from a landscape ZTV with which you'd be much more familiar. Of course, you have a bare starting position. That's fine. That's your realistic worst case scenario. But what you then have to do is, if you might go through montage, you might go out in the real world. You then have to look to see whether or not that actually reflects in reality. There may be trees, there may be vegetation, buildings, whatever it is. And the assessment has to take both of those things into account, doesn't it? There's a theoretical position and then there's a real world position.
Well, if we restrict it to representative viewpoints, then there tends to be a higher criteria of standard applied to representative viewpoints. You mentioned vegetation. Well, if it's possible not to have vegetation or other obstructions, then a representative viewpoint should not have that, even if all about is obstructed. Secondly, when you're doing the baseline photography and assessment for a viewpoint, it has to be undertaken in at least reasonably good conditions. Obviously, we can't always guarantee these, but it tends to be a point of criticism if you can't very well see the area in which the object is to be put. So any assessment of lighting will assume the better end of atmospheric conditions, atmospheric visibility.
Yeah, but what you then have to do is you don't shut your eye to the agreed data that we put in at not inconsiderable expense in relation to atmospheric clarity and the meteorological data from that Dr. Lumsden draws on. That all goes into the mix, doesn't it?
Well,
otherwise you're making a decision on a theoretical worst case, which is not going to happen on our agreed basis for a minuscule amount of time. That isn't sensible, is it?
Well, it's how the assessment is done, because otherwise there's no control over what you're doing, because anybody could go out and do an assessment in the wrong lighting and atmospheric conditions and say, well, I didn't see anything.
I think you're missing the point, Dr. Wimble. I'll cut through this. I think you're missing the point. You start with a theoretical position. Absolutely. You don't try and dilute that, You don't try and say, well, you're not going to see these things all the time. However, when you come to the decision, this is a planning decision, the decision maker has then got to look at all evidence. And in this case, set against that background realistic worst case, the reporter should also look at what is agreed technical data on the meteorological conditions that's produced by Dr. Lumsden. That's right, isn't it?
That is something that should be taken into consideration.
Yeah. And that includes the very short periods of time or the other attenuation matters that he talks to, which we've already agreed between us. Thank you. In terms of representation of the effects, I'm not going to spend too much time on this. There's going to be a session, a lighting specific session. We're going to look at conditions and specs and so on. But you heard the explanation from Miss Oxley about why she didn't agree with the suggestion that there were inconsistencies. To what extent have you dealt with lighting or tried to deal with these issues yourself? Is this the first time?
Do you mean in
the technical difficulties? Yeah.
In a sense of reviewing rather than trying to create material.
Well, in terms of presentation, visualizations, the sort of issues that are being raised here.
I'll put the first one out of the question, which is to date, I've not been involved in undertaking an assessment and producing material that involves lighting. I have reviewed quite a few assessments that have an assessment of lighting. So I am familiar with the subject area.
Well, from a qualitative point of view, but on the representation, so the pixelation points and the color averaging points that Miss Oxley has dealt with, you haven't done that, have you? You've not done it from the side of actually understanding how and why things might be presented or appear in a certain way. What you've done is just looked at materials which are being given to you and come to a view. That's different, isn't it?
I've done that, but I've also looked in some depth into the background and gone out into the field to look at things. So I don't think you could call my experience entirely qualitative. I've developed a reasonable technical understanding of the issues involved, both actually at the light generation source and at the visualization stage.
Well, you say that. You see, again, a lot of time's been put in, and you've acknowledged that in your evidence in chief this morning, time and effort into visualizations and presentations. And you heard Miss Oxley give her detailed evidence as to why there weren't actually inconsistencies in presentation. And your criticism of that has been quite high level. It's just been, I don't agree, there seem to be doubts, that sort of level of abstraction. You haven't engaged, have you? You haven't had experience, from what you said, of presenting nighttime lighting visual assessments, the actual orchestration of that.
Well, to be honest, to make the points I've made, I don't need to know anything about that at all, beyond the fact that there is an inconsistency, a counterintuitive inconsistency in the presentation of the lighting as shown, both between the FEI material and the SEI material, and between viewpoint 10 and viewpoint 13 in terms of how they appear in the SEI material. I've written about that in detail. I can't see, anyone with eyes and an understanding of what the light levels are meant to be would query that representation.
Well, see, Miss Oxley absolutely does, and she's given very detailed evidence, which I'm going to suggest is far more detailed than what you've had to say about there not being differences. not being inconsistencies, as you say. And maybe that's a matter. Maybe that's a matter for the reporter. Just in terms of technicalities, and it may be something the reporter is interested in. Do you agree, if we're going to be zooming into graphics as we appear to be, that the type of graphic, whether or not that's being condensed, turned into a JPEG, for instance, to for submission to the DPA, that can have an impact on pixelation and how things appear?
Well, each stage from the original in the field to the collection of the image and the presentation of the image has its own problems in terms of how the appearance varies. Yes, I understand that.
So, and I don't know what exactly, of course, the reporter is seeing. She's got her own set of eyes, but at least can we agree? It may be something that we can explore in the hearing session. But it would be important to have, like for like, it's important to have the higher resolution images, isn't it, rather than the condensed images if we're going to be drawing these sorts of technical points?
Well, it's important to be able to see clearly and make comparisons. So probably the easiest thing to do is, assuming the maximum magnification on each of the images supplied is the same, is to compare them at maximum magnification.
Yes, but the files would have to be the same. The point I'm getting at is that part of the issue in relation to submission to the DPA is that files have to be modified, they have to be telescoped. There are data limits, and it would be a factor at least. We can perhaps discuss it in more detail in the hearing, but it would be a factor, wouldn't it, if we're going to start zooming in on imagery?
Well, I've seen various versions of images supplied through different sources. This is obviously the images that I have at the moment being supplied by your applicant, and they may not be as good as they may be better than the images that are available on the DPA website.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and I can assure you they show what I'm asserting about the inconsistency.
Well, I don't agree with that for a minute. As you know, Dr. Lumsden, and the response, the detailed evidence has been given on that. That's a matter for the reporter, I suspect.
Well, it really has nothing to do with Dr. Lumsden's evidence. It really has everything to do with how it would appear to somebody looking at the images.
So, and Miss Oxley,
well,
and Miss Oxley gave very detailed evidence, and we don't agree with what you say at all, Dr. Wimble. But leave that aside for the moment. In terms of how this has been dealt with elsewhere, Crystal Rig 4 was the case that we're suggesting the reporter might find some comfort from. Were you involved in that? Have you read that report?
I've read the report previously, or skimmed the relevant parts previously. Yes, I was aware of that. I think there may also have been a trial in East Ayrshire, but possibly they were just referring to the Crystal Rig.
So, in terms of we went to them yesterday in evidence in chief. Do you accept? I mean, these cases are all heard on their, on their own merits, but the reporters drew a number of conclusions. I recall there's some bullet points that we went through yesterday in relation to what can be seen, intensity, and so on. Do you accept those recommendations or those conclusions that were drawn at Crystal Rig?
Well, obviously, the reporter is reporting on what they have seen, and no doubt as accurately as they can.
So where we get to is a basket of materials, isn't it? There's lots of things that have been said. We've got technical information which you accept. That includes Dr. Lumsden's material. That deals with science, if you like. We've got technical analysis. We've got the ZTVs, and we've looked at that variability. We've got the specification side of it, the technical source side of it. Then we've got the qualitative assessment side of it. That is quite a basket of material, isn't it, for this reporter to act on in this case?
Yes, and obviously it's important to see the closest comparable lighting in the field, which we have amazingly on hand here and also in other locations. Well,
also you've got Crystal Rig 4, which deals with this type of technology, and you've got clearly stated conclusions from the reporters there with which you've just said with which you agree. They were.
I said, well, I wasn't there and I haven't seen the lights, but I'm sure the reporter is reporting what they saw and thought.
Well, that's fine for me. The reporter there can take to be accurately reporting what they saw, including field trials, what they saw, and use of binoculars, and all of those things. The reporter can read Crystal Rig 4, can't she, for what that says?
Yes, as part of the material available, and also bearing in mind that there should be in the field experience.
Yeah, I mean, that's the point, isn't it, in relation to all visualizations, that they're a tool, aren't they? They're not the determinant of significance. They are part of the toolkit that assessors like you have, and then you make your decisions based on them.
Yes, they're all part of the information that feeds into an assessment or a decision.
All right, and that's all I want to ask you in relation to aviation lighting. Anything else we'll pick up in the hearing session, Dr. Wimble. So I want to move now, if we can, to cumulative issues, and that will bring in matters of design and fit and so on.
Mm-hmm.
And one of these are all parts of the toolkit, aren't they, for decision makers? Capacity studies, they are useful tools, obviously being guidance from Nature Scott recently in relation to make sure that they are susceptibility studies, but they're a useful part, aren't they, of the armoury for decision makers?
They are.
And in this case, the capacity study was drafted by Carol Anderson of Carol Anderson Landscape Associates.
The Argyll and Butte study was, yes.
Thank you very much.
I don't know whether the North Ayrshire study, although geographically relevant, is probably not relevant in the case.
I'm only interested in A and B, and we've got that document. It's at, or we've got Carol Anderson. Well, we've got both in here. We've got the study and indeed her advice. I probably don't need to go to the study. Let's go to the advice. Let's try and short circuit this. So that's at CD 6.004. So that's Carol Anderson's advice, March the 16th, 2022. And we can see in that, I mean, it deals with a number of matters: proposed development, or background, proposed development, design of the proposal. And then we get to the 2017 Argyll and Butte Landscape wing capacity study on the bottom of page 2. And you can see lies within the upland forest moor mosaic landscape character type, identifying the A and B study, covers the entire peninsula. Proposed turbines up to 180. includes the combined landscape and visual sensitivities high medium to wind turbines of this size. Set out in the study advised limited scope, very limited scope for additional turbines to be accompanied within this landscape, principally due to potential cumulative effects. The area on the peninsula to the north of Benbrack is noted as being particularly sensitive due to likely increased effects on Giga and surrounding seascapes. Guidance further advises that significant intrusion on adjacent settlement and small-scale landscape character types and on Arran and Giga should be avoided by siting larger turbines well back into the interior of these uplands. And there's a few more sentences, but that's the bulk of that.
Mm-hmm.
In the conclusions section, so it's on the penultimate page of this guidance, where we've got cumulative landscape and visual effects, and then conclusions. Proposed development site lies within the upland forest moor. Mosaic LCT identified in the Argyll and Bute LWECS the landscape, some characteristics which reduce sensitivity to large-scale wind energy development, including a generally simple landform and land cover and expansive scale. These uplands already accommodate a number of operational and presumably consented. I've got a page a bit missing on that, but my advice to the council would be not to raise an objection on landscape and visual grounds, and then subject to the following conditions. That's relation to the number of lit turbines and then the long-term forest design plan. So the simple point is this: the author of the capacity study, recognising cumulative situation, recognising the height guidelines in that study, was providing professional advice that the council shouldn't object on the basis of L&V, including cumulative issues, wasn't she?
Yes.
Well, I mean, if she was, she would have said so.
Objection on landscape and visual grounds. Yeah.
Well, yes, but that includes cumulative. We can see that,
Okay.
that the immediate paragraph preceding conclusions deals with cumulative landscape and visual effects, and we've already looked at the capacity study point. So this is all encompassing, isn't it? It's all aspects of L&V, including the capacity study, including cumulative effects.
Yes.
And so the author of the study, who understands that study, understands the cumulative pressures, understands capacity issues, was advising the council that, well, don't go there. There's not enough to object to in relation to those issues, wasn't she?
She's advising Argyll and Bute Council, yes.
Yeah. So that's a powerful point, isn't it? Of course, it's only one person's voice, but considerable store. You know, Carol Anderson, I'm sure the reporter does as well. It's well known, well respected, author of the study. Some considerable store ought to be placed, do you agree, in the decision on her views, which run counter to yours?
I think Argyll and Bute Council should place considerable store in her opinion.
Well, that's not, we're not there, are we? This is the application. This is to the reporter now. So the reporter ought to place great store on that opinion. You can look at that and go, well, actually, this is the author of the report who understands these things, looks at capacity. She actually says, no, there's no grounds for objection. And that is a very different position to the one that's been taken by you on behalf of Nature, Scott. That's an important point for this reporter, isn't it?
Yes, although, as I say, she is advising Argyll and Bute Council about a development in Argyll and Bute.
Yeah.
And on PDF, page 3, it refers to effects on valued landscapes. And then the second paragraph of that says effects on the North Arran National Scenic Area
Yeah, not for her.
Are not considered in detail in this appraisal, as these landscapes lie outside Argyll and Bute.
Of course.
It is, however, noted that effects on views from the west coast and from some of the northern hills of Arran would be adversely and significantly affected by this proposal, and lighting of turbines would contribute to this.
Yeah, and she's coming to come along to talk about the lighting impacts at the hearing session on behalf of the council. We've got that. But in terms of capacity and in terms of cumulative effects, can't get away from the fact she's taken a very different view to you, can we?
Well, I'm not advising Argyll and Bute Council.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm advising Nature Scott and subsequently the inquiry about effects on the North Arran National Scenic Area.
Okay, I'll make my submissions on that point, Dr. Wimble. Then let's just move a little bit further into cumulative matters, if we may. There's a lot of technical debate that can be had about methodology, but where we get to, I think, is this. You'd got concerns about the way in which cumulative methodology had been explained, but you are now satisfied that you understand that, and your issue really is in relation to the in combination effects. Is that a fair summary? You've heard what Miss Oxley said. To see you do it slightly differently, but that's an old chestnut, isn't it? We've been, you and I have been lots of inquiries where cumulative methodology has been discussed, different ways of doing it. But you understand what Miss Oxley has done.
Well, the evidence in the FEI and SEI was slightly misleading if you followed the methodology and the definition of the term total that LUC used.
Well, misleading is a strong term. Absolutely no intention to mislead. Well, if I could just put the question.
Inadvertently misleading or inconsistent, then, shall we say?
Well, I'm happy with that. Misleading rather indicates that there was a designed intent to mislead the inquiry. That's absolutely not accepted.
I would never make any point such as that.
Okay, I'm grateful for that. There was a lack of clarity, which was confirmed or was explained. And we get to 3.1 of your precognition. You want to just look at or remind yourself of where you got to. When you say you reviewed the LVIA, you broadly agree with their assessment of landscape and visual effects on receptors within the NSA. My reservations concerning the applicant's assessment of cumulative effects have largely been clarified by their inquiry report. But however, the applicant's assessment of cumulative scenario 2 remains unclear. So that's why I put those points to you in the way I did. We can have a debate about it. Reporters got that probably doesn't take us very far. We know what each other's saying. The difference, if you like, is because of your in combination effects, the cumulative scenario 2, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. Can I explain, hopefully briefly?
You don't need to explain for me. For the reporter, I understand what you're saying.
Would you like me to explain?
I would be happy if you would, just clarify that a little bit further, if that's okay. We could come back to re-examination if you wish. But
well, may as well while the iron is hot or whatever.
I mean, while there's no harm in talking about it just now, while it's fresh in everyone's mind.
I mean, ultimately it is a relatively minor point, but the methodology that LUC use defined the term total as the same as the in combination effects, i.e. the effects of all the wind farms together. So when I read the FEI assessment, it appeared to imply that the additional effects that I think have been adequately explained and the total effects in pretty much every one of the assessments of the landscape areas and of the visual receptors and viewpoints said that additional and total effects would be the same. So I think that has been sorted out. The one remaining factor was that in most of the assessments, there's an assessment of scenario 1, scenario 2, and to cut a long story short, scenario 2 would tend to have more wind farms in. And it implied, well, basically stated that the total effects would be less than in scenario 1. So more wind farms, total effects less than in scenario 1, which is counterintuitive. I think it simply stems from the fact that if I was undertaking the assessment and commented on total, I would do an assessment of scenario 1, which is largely fairly certain, and say, well, that's the total effect. And then I would do an assessment of scenario 2, the more uncertain scenario, and say, well, that's the effect of all those wind farms. I think what LUC and Miss Oxley have done is to say, well, we'll bank scenario 1 and say that either there's no difference from that in scenario 2, or there are a few more wind farms. So we'll say that's a minor increase on top of, say, what might have been the moderate increase. And I think that's the only difference. And I just felt that someone reading that might be confused into thinking that the more wind farms there are, the less the effects are, whereas in fact the opposite would be true. So a long story, really, just to make a fairly small point.
I think it's, I mean, obviously we're all here to help the reporter, but I hope that's helpful to you. I think it's the third time that difference has been explained. It's absolutely obvious to me, Dr. Wimble, but let's move on to the questions, if we may. Where we get to, and I would like to open up some of the visualizations to put some propositions to you, because ultimately these are all assessments. The reporter's got to make a decision in the real world. Scenario 1 is or should have relatively more weight attaching to it in the real life decision making process than scenario 2, shouldn't it? You all got to do the theoretical stuff. I get all of that, but actually, scenario 1 is what we know about.
Yes.
And therefore, concerns that you've got about scenario 2, or indeed this fear of other things coming down the line. We've looked at that in your page 61 of your SLQ report this morning. That is interesting to know, but is not the real basis for making decisions on Narachan, is it?
Well, I suppose it's more than interesting to know. It should be taken into account, but because it is a less certain scenario, you can't necessarily, you shouldn't necessarily have a great weight attached to it.
That's my point. You can look at it, all very interesting, but in terms of weight in the decision-making process, you can't apply as much weight to that as to scenario 1, can you? Because you don't know what's coming in the future, and the way the planning system works is that it will be for those that come later to make their case based on the additional cumulative effect. So there'll come a point where somebody may rightly say the cumulative issues are too great, but that's not something for this scheme looking forward, is it? What we've got to do is look at the as is. We're looking backwards, and then what we're adding to that baseline.
Well, the greatest weight should be applied to that, but it has to be seen in terms of the bigger picture, in terms of the timeline. Because
why? Why is that? Because you can have a fear, and it seems, you have told us that precedent is one of your 2 points in relation to the SLQ. And writ through your case, if you don't mind me saying, is a fear of something that might happen in the future. And I'm going to suggest that's not for this decision maker in this this reporter in this application. That's not really for her, is it?
well, I could spend a bit of time finding the places in Miss Oxley's report where she talks about, if you like, the future of wind energy, not necessarily on Kintyre, obviously, although to an extent she does, because she points to the trend to larger turbines. But
Of course, but that's
so,
it's a different point. That's simple, because we're here to make a decision. This reporter's got to make a recommendation. The important point is what's on Kintyre now, the baseline scenario 1 plus the additive effect of Narachan, and whether that is acceptable. That's the decision, isn't it? What may come in theory in years to come, what may come as a result of changes in government policy, good or bad, so far as the wind industry is concerned, is not something that this reporter can really take into account now.
She should take it into account to the same extent that the predictions have been made about the development of wind energy and turbines in Scotland. In other words, it's in detail, it's uncertain, but it is an indication of a trend.
So what? Because at that stage, rhetorically, at that stage, those schemes coming forward will have to make their way. That's how the system works, isn't it? And there'll come a point, people like yourself, Nature Scott, will say, when the baseline, including Narachan, let's look at the next scheme and then scheme plus 2, then we'll look at a point to see whether or not they are acceptable against landscape capacity studies, impacts, scheme-specific impacts and policy. That's how it works. But what you don't do is put the brakes on for Narachan now on the basis of something which may or may not happen in the future and which is uncertain. It just doesn't work like that.
Well, I think we'll have to leave it there.
Well, all right, we'll leave it there. I mean, I'm very clear proposition that's coming in closing. To what extent? You tried to downplay the second factor, the precedent factor. You raised it in chief, and then in cross-examination with me, you wanted to sort of downplay it a little bit. What percentage, roughly, in terms of, I'm not asking you for a fixed number, but what weight do you think ought to be attached, or what weight have you attached in your mind? It's clearly bothering you to that future scenario, what may be coming, and that fear factor. What percentage of the decision-making process has gone on that?
Well, I'm not the decision maker.
No,
I'm simply highlighting A, facts, B, the effects as I see them, and C, the context into which these fit. And
I don't understand your answer, Dr. Wimble, because you have taken it into account. We go back to page 61 of your SLQ report, and I'll read it to you again. However, there is the potential for further development to affect this balance and consequently the SLQs as currently experienced. You told us that was a second factor you'd taken into account. You come to a conclusion about undermining overall. You have taken it, not the overall planning decision, but you have taken that into account in your landscape decision-making process, haven't you? And I just want to know, how much weight have you placed on that?
I couldn't give a weight in percentage terms because that's not.
Has it been important? Has it been important to you?
The overall context is quite important. The wider picture is quite important.
Not an answer to my question, Dr. Wim. Let me push you on that, because you think this is something you've spent a lot of time reporting on. You tell us about, how you've taken that into account. just in you use your own descriptor to tell me how important you think that has been to you and how important you are saying that is to this reporter.
Well, I think I just did say that it's quite important. It's not
Quite important.
It's not inconsequential.
Okay, so I've got quite important. Is that record? Obviously, that's coming back in closing. Dr. Wimbley, you happy with that? Quite important, thank you. So let's open up some of the figures. I'm interested really in the SEI figures, and so we can start, if you could find those viewpoint 10 to start with.
Yes, I have them all open already.
I mean, it might be simpler to do, rather than go through each one and put all the questions, why don't we just open up the ones I'm interested in, then I'm going to put some general or some general propositions to you. I think maybe the quickest way of dealing with that. So first of all, viewpoint 10. So that's from Herne Mill, that's figure 628A. B, just stopping there a little bit, obviously Narachan in blue. And then we've got Erigale on 628C. Then viewpoint 13. Similar view, yep. Can open that up. And then we're moving up to viewpoint 14. So that's Lacranza Ferry. So that's 32A.
I have that one open, so
that's 32A. That's SEI. SEI.
Still SEI. Yeah.
SEI okay. Figure
14, yeah.
632A. Yep.
Yep.
And that goes through to B and C. And then viewpoint 15 from Lacranza. So that's 633A, B,
yep,
and C. Yep. And then the final one I'm going to go to is SEI figure 641A. So that's viewpoint 23.
Viewpoint 23.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
You got that?
So there. That one? The last one?
Sorry, Mum. That's viewpoint 23. And that is SE 642 is the...
42, sorry, thank you.
Hold on, no, it's not actually. So viewpoint 23 is 641.
Yeah.
So all of those can be treated as being opened. They're all going to be taken into account by the report. And I want to deal with this in the sort of round. What Narachan's going to do is going to extend and consolidate the cluster comprising the existing core wind farm and High Constellation. Just going to take half a step back with High Constellation. You have heard that High Constellation has moved into scenario 1, haven't you? It's underway. You accept that?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's not something that's going in the future. Where High Constellation is in scenario 1. And we need to be looking at it. Okay, so put the point again that consolidating a cluster which comprises the existing core and under construction High Constellation. Do you agree with that?
Mm-hmm.
You do agree with that?
Yes, I think we should take High Constellation as read, so to speak.
No. the point up, the proposition I was putting was that Narachan is going to slightly extend and consolidate a cluster which comprises core and high constellation.
Yes, that's what I meant. If it wasn't clear, that I understand we're considering high constellation as if it was there. Yes.
No, I think you're still missing the point with respect. Let me be clear. There was a sub question to that, which was about the status of high constellation. Let's just put that out, get that out of the way first. You accept, you've heard evidence that high constellation is going to happen, so that's in scenario 1, isn't it?
Yep. It's consented. Is scenario 1.
Well, it's going to be under construction.
Well, if it's under construction, in theory, then that is baseline.
Okay. Depending on how you do it. Look, high constellation. Let's just keep this simple. High constellation is happening, isn't it? It's being built.
That's my understanding. Yes.
Yeah. Fine. Right. So the question that's the factual basis. Proposition I was putting to you, based on those SEI figures, is that what Narachan is going to do is slightly extend and consolidate that cluster, which comprises core and high constellation. Taken in the round, you can move around a little bit, go further north, further south, but in general terms, that's the impact that Narachan's going to have.
Yeah, extend and consolidate, and the further south you go, the more it is extension rather than consolidation.
Yeah, and I'm grateful for that. It's not typically going to be seen to fill a gap or to make a new cluster, is it? It's going to be associated with core and high constellation in the main.
Yes, obviously seen from further south, it's going to be part of a very extensive and loose cluster.
Yeah, well, actually, from the north. So if you wanted to open up for those positions from the north, so if you wanted to go to, say, viewpoint 15, so that's SEI figure 6.33a. That point, which I think we've agreed is exemplified there, isn't it? So slightly extending, consolidating the cluster of core and high constellation. That is exactly what you are going to perceive from viewpoint 15.
That would be the very definition of consolidation.
Yeah, perfect. That's very fair. And in terms of, Narachan is not going to typically be seen to fill a gap or make a new cluster, is it? It's not something out on its own. A good example of that, if you want to draw a comparison, would be on figure 633b. I'm not here to trample on other people's schemes, but if you look at Error Gale on 633b,
yes,
that's going to make a new cluster. That's on its own, isn't it? And we're absolutely not doing that.
Yeah, that's extended into a new area. Yeah.
Yes. So we're drawing a comparison with that. I'm grateful for that. In terms of scale, it will Narachan is going to look reasonably compatible with both core and high constellation. Again, it's going to vary slightly where you go, but because of perspective and distance, isn't it? It's going to be further away, so sometimes it's going to look larger if you're from above. But when you're looking from lots of the viewpoint or the viewpoints we've just seen, because of perspective, it's going to look reasonably compatible.
Well, I would agree that it's going to look of a similar scale to high constellation.
Yeah,
I think
you said that. I think you said that this morning in your evidence in chief, didn't you?
To some length to say that I feel it is categorically, obviously, of larger scale than Kua. Or the turbines are of larger scale.
Yeah. In terms of the age, now I've not got material here, but you'll be aware of life cycle of wind farms. What extent have you taken into account have you taken into account in your future scenarios, core being repowered and the turbines being made bigger?
Well, I mean, you're asking me to speculate on a future scenario that
because it's
doesn't
important.
even exist.
Well, nor does some of the schemes and pressures that you say that you've placed, that you found to be quite important.
Possibly having your cake and eating it here.
No, not at all, Doctor. I don't think you should place any weight on it. But I'm just interested. You have looked forward, and I'm just interested to know, if you're being fair, to what extent you've looked at likelihood of repowering at Core and indeed at Duker and Hill.
Well, I think it can be taken as read that that existing wind farms can be repowered and are likely to be repowered, though obviously it's not certain that all of them will be. And secondly, that the turbines will be larger.
Thank you. All right, that's helpful. We've dealt with Eric Gale, cumulative effective lighting. I think we don't need to deal with very much more. Apart from this, when you've been up on the hills, clearly there are predominantly dark skies. I don't think we need to go there, but you would accept, would you, that the applicant took that into account in its wildland assessment? We went to those references yesterday about it's not a recognised in the SLQ, it's not written down, but nevertheless the applicant has been cognizant of the dark skies, hasn't it?
Yes, that's right. I haven't been into the hills in the dark, only the coastal area.
And I'm one up on you. We had the mountain rescue helicopter come to see if we were all right.
All right.
Which we were. But when you're up on the hills at night, it's right to say there are some light sources, because there is the shipping. You'd have observed this from the coastal regions as well, wouldn't you? There's the boats, fishing boats bobbing around in the water, harbour lights, those sorts of things.
Well, clearly the boats are transient. I mean, I think we need to make a distinction if we're going now to the lights on land on Kintyre. I think we need to make a bit of a distinction between Carradale and south and the area north of Carradale. There is much less in the way of fixed lighting than to the south of Carradale. So the area in which Narachan is being placed is the darker part of Kintyre Peninsula, as I saw it.
Well, the reporter can go. I think the simple point I'm making, yes, absolutely, there's darkness to the skies, but there are sources of light, and they include traffic, they include boating or boats which are on the strait and so on. That's all. I'm not putting it any higher than that. Just in terms of, it's not cumulative effects with turbines, but the extent of your knowledge in relation to replacement of the 132 kV power line with the 275 kV line, is that something of which you were aware?
Yes, because the company which I work for is monitoring the implementation.
Oh, right, very good. So that's something that's happening. And the other thing that, again, it isn't cumulative effect in relation to turbines, but one of the things that you see when you're looking out and you're noticing wind farms is the organisation of the forestry blocks, isn't it? It's pretty, it is pretty clear to see that the engineered status of the forestry blocks.
You can see forestry, yes, varied depending on where you're looking as to how rectangular or rectilinear the plantations are.
Okay, those are visualizations, those are the wireframes. I don't think we need to go those. I'm happy that we've covered that in sufficient detail. Visual effects. Your 3.2 again of your precognition is a neat summary of this. There'd be significant adverse visual effects. So it's on page 2 of your precognition on receptors approximately between Thundergate in the north, Diggory Point in the south, residents in coastal settlements, scattered dwellings, walkers on the Arran coastal route, cyclists, motorways, and the C147, kayakers, recreational sailors, and hill walkers. The extent of effect is agreed, really, isn't it? There's not much between what LUC and you have to say in terms of the actual likelihood of effect.
Well, I suppose the extent of the effect is defined by the ZTV, so we're agreed on the area covered, and we seem to be pretty much agreed on what the level of effect would be.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
So both the scale of effect and indeed the intensity of that effect. You've got a basket of moderate effects, haven't you, over a geographically small area? That's where you get to. What you do with those effects, of course, you then say that that goes into the SLQ assessment and so on. But just in terms of the baseline information, there's nothing between you and Miss Oxley.
Yeah, I suppose apart from interpretation of the scale of the affected area, I suppose I would say it's a not insignificant part of the NSA.
Okay, so the assessment, if you like, is the technical material is agreed. You would probably, in qualitative terms, use different language, and obviously the consequences of the SLQ assessment is different. But I don't want to go into the visual effects if we don't need to. I don't think there's. I can't see much between you and her, and I think if you're content with that, I note what you say about interpretation, but otherwise we can say it's agreed, can't we?
Yeah, and I think it would be very much summarised by 3.3 below.
Yeah. Different on the degree to which the landscape visual effects, including significant adverse effects, are considered to lead. Yeah, exactly. That's the consequences point, if you like. Okay. Right. We're last just few matters. I said there'd be some miscellaneous questions, and numbers of people. I listened carefully this morning. Where we get to is there is a debate, isn't there? You sometimes have inquiries like this based on what GRVIA3 has to say about whether numbers of people are taken into account at the value stage, at sensitivity, or whether or not that's an irrelevant consideration at that stage. But what you do is take it into account in the planning balance that's reached.
Yes, I would. My preference is
the latter.
Is the latter. Yeah,
I agree.
Take it out of the assessment of sensitivity.
Yeah, but it's not wrong, is it? And it's properly explained, GRVIA3. It's not tram tracks as long as you explain your methodology and it's clear. It's not wrong to do what Miss Oxley has done. The important point is that the decision maker acts in the real world, and that the number of people is taken into account at some point.
Yes, it should be taken into account by the decision maker, but I did make the point when it comes to SLQs, and it would probably apply to certain areas of landscape, that the qualities of these particular areas might actually be enhanced by a lack of people. So in a way, it would have a more intrinsic value due to not being experienced by many people.
Well, in a sense, that's taking, I mean, it can work both ways, can't you? You are still saying that the number of people are relevant. You're just using it there in a different way. Yes. And that goes to sensitivity, doesn't it? That's right. What you're saying is that there are few people, therefore that might be heightened in terms of SLQ. But that in a sense is talking against your own point, isn't it?
No, it's not really, because I think both apply but it's just is the word counterfactual. It's just a thing that should be borne in mind, that some places are special and of high value because people do not go there. So I suppose that's where things like wildness and solitude come into play, as opposed to the popularity of a viewpoint.
Well, I think we're both saying really the same things, that you look at this, whether you look at it, GRVIA will say there's latitude to look at it in sensitivity values, but you say not. But the reporter needs to look at it anyway. Whether it heightens or whether it lessens sensitivity is a different matter. And in terms of numbers, at the higher levels, certainly at night on the Permill Hills, we're talking about very few numbers of people, aren't we?
Yes. Well, I guess you would have more experience of that than me by the sound of
well, by the
experience.
fact the mountain rescue people came out, they maybe an indication they were concerned that anybody was up there, quite frankly. But as a general point, common sense point, we're talking about pretty hardy souls that are going to be up there after nightfall, aren't we, or dusk?
Yes.
Thank you. In terms of assessment of significance, when you draw all these things together, you're not looking at one factor, are you, in professional judgment? You're not asking the reporter to say, how high is the silver bullet on this assessment or this matrix? It's all a combination of effects, isn't it? Including real life experience. You have a methodological basis, but then there is professional judgment on top of that, isn't there?
Yes.
It's not a sausage machine.
Hopefully not.
Thank you very much. Let me just check my notes. I think that's covered my points. I think there's some policy matters which I'll leave for now. No, I'm good. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Wimble, for being very fair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Dr. Wimble, I've got a few questions, some of which have probably been answered in the duration of today, so I'll just scan through my notes if you give me a bit of time. My first question was one that I'd put to Ms. Augsley yesterday. It was, do you consider that the landscape and visual effects that have been identified, obviously the landscape effects you've considered are limited in extent, but in total, are the landscape and visual effects considered to be localised in this case?
Yes, it's the definition of localised. I suppose I've said a few times that I think they're clearly localised in terms of the whole area of the NSA, and that they mainly affect the coast and a distinctive ridge of hills on the western side of the NSA, with relatively few effects on other parts. But they're not localised to the same extent as when, for instance, I undertook a SLQ assessment for a house development on an island in Loch Lomond, which was truly a small area compared with the extent of the national park.
Okay, but so references within the LVIA assessments to medium or larger areas of geographical areas being affected, you would still consider the effects in this case to be localised? Or is it two different things?
Well, I feel, given the what we're assessing, which is effects on the NSA, the effects are localised to the western part of the NSA, but it's still quite a few square kilometres. So if one was looking at another scheme, one might think that was a big area, but in proportion to the area that we're having consideration, it's a localised area.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Could I maybe just take you to paragraph 4.8 of your inquiry report? A minute, please. It's a short paragraph that follows on from the ones above in terms of the assessment of the sensitivity of receptors, and you're saying in paragraph 4.8 that this can sometimes lead to a less nuanced assessment of effects than might be the case. And again, I'd put this question to Ms. Oxley yesterday, is if the weighting given to the receptors was higher, if they were of a greater sensitivity in the assessment, would you have concluded that that gave a significant level of effects or a change in the level of significance of the effects?
It would seem from looking at LUC's assessment compared with assessments that I undertake, I would be more likely to consider the sensitivity of the receptor elevating the degree of effect.
So in this case, it might have changed some of the predictions.
Yes, well, I think you'll see in my report, I've in one or two places, because it's a medium effect and a high sensitivity receptor where I have made an assessment. I've said major, moderate, or low, medium, and so on. I've just made a more subdivided judgment.
I'm just interested in relation to the number of people, but not in relation to landscape and visual assessment, but in terms of the assessment special qualities. Does there need to be a reduction in visitor numbers as a consequence of a development for it to be concluded that there would be adverse effects on the SLQs?
I think it's, if the assessment of SLQs is independent of the number of people experiencing it, then I don't think a reduction in the number of visitors would affect the assessment. It is on the intrinsic experiential aspect of the SLQ, and that's independent of how many people experience it.
And just sort of following on from that, obviously I've still to visit the locations on site, but how would you go about making a judgment of the experiential characteristics of the areas? Is it a personal subjective?
Well, it's a combined approach, really. As you see, I've laid out my report with the more standard LVIA assessment and methodological explanations in the first, well, chapters 4 to 7. And then I've taken that information and used it to inform my assessment of SLQs. And so obviously the assessment of SLQs tends to use the more experiential descriptive language, but hopefully you can see that it is based on my having undertaken a detailed landscape and visual review and assessment. But I've gone one step further and tried to take the methodology on board and use my experience of the area to give a more detailed and enhanced assessment in respect of SLQs.
This is a question that if it's better put to the aviation hearing, you can let me know. But I just talking about the inconsistencies and the matters discussed earlier this afternoon. If the images that I've received have been altered to fit in terms of the amount of data have been condensed, is it likely that they would have been condensed in the same way, so the disparities will still show up? Or I'm not a technical person in terms of I don't know how much transferring each individual visualization might be affected by that.
I obviously don't want to let if Dr. Wimble wants to answer that, but we have got some technical information on that, and we were going to do with that on Thursday. So obviously I'm very happy for you to ask whatever questions you like, but we can deal with that from a more technical point of view.
That's lovely. Thanks very much. That'll be very welcome on Thursday.
Okay,
Dr. Wimble, if you've anything to add on that point, just in terms of your experience of using different visualizations, is there likely to be a difference between the two in terms of how it's been transferred to me? Are you not aware? Is it not something you've got an ability to comment on?
The point I'm trying to make is really a fairly non-technical point. It's just how I see the visualizations, and I don't believe they align with what would be expected. And I make that judgment based on an internal inconsistency, not on just saying, oh, I think it would be more than that or less than that, based on some other experience.
Okay, right. I'll take into account your comments that you made earlier on that matter. Thanks very much. I think I've got maybe one more question. I just wanted to clarify a point on the SLQ assessment. Am I correct in thinking that precedent is a consideration in terms of the guidance that's issued by NatureScot for the SLQ assessment?
I don't think it is. Well,
I didn't write down where I had noted that question, but I just had a feeling that I came across that somewhere in the SNH guidance that had been drafted.
Right. I think really I was trying to explain more my understanding of why the SLQ assessment really has such what would I call it, sensitive criteria, and that's for two reasons in my mind, one of which is that no one part of almost any NSA, or sorry, no one development in almost any of the NSAs or the national parks could possibly affect the majority of the area to a significant extent, and yet developments take place that have an adverse or could have an adverse effect on a part of that area. So in order to avoid the possibility of several similar developments slowly and incrementally having an effect on the national park, you have to have a fairly high, I suppose, low bar of significance in terms of the amount of area affected or the number of special landscape qualities affected.
I understand.
Because otherwise many developments that gradually erode the characteristics of the designated area may happen.
I had one last thing that had come to mind, but I'm not sure, but again, whether this is something that would really have normally been dealt with on as part of the council's evidence at the hearing. But I was just wondering if Nature Scott considered whether or not an aircraft detection lighting system would have reduced all of the nighttime effects to not significant nighttime effects in the NSA.
I can't speak for Nature Scott, but it's something that I've thought about myself, and I can't speak about this particular area, but I suppose what I would want to know is what is the frequency of aircraft passing over in transponder different distance. And, you know, the flight path, I don't know where the flight paths for Glasgow and Prestwick Airport are, but it's possible that the lights could be switching on and off very frequently in a particular area. I'm not saying it would apply to this area, but that is a consideration that you would need to know before you could come to that conclusion one way or the other.
That's helpful. Okay, I have no more questions for yourself, Dr. Mimble. I think we should take a 15-minute break just now before we go into re-examination. Are you happy with that, Mr. Craig?
Yes, happy with that. My re-examination is likely to be very brief.
Oh, right, okay. Well, I'm happy to plough on if you like.
Can I just raise one point, ma'am, is in relation to the SNH guidance, I think, about precedent, and you've got the guidance in front of you, and we've just done a word search. Precedent is not in there.
I'll go back and have a read through just to see where I was coming from in that point.
Exactly, you might have got it from somewhere. And obviously, it is what it is, but from our understanding in that document, unless we're going to be corrected, it doesn't deal with precedent. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Thanks. Okay, Mr. Gregg, I'll hand back to yourself then. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon again, Dr. Wimble.
Afternoon.
Just one question really for the avoidance of doubt. Leaving aside any concerns about setting precedent and potential future schemes, what is the conclusion of your assessment of the impact of Narachan in terms of the overall integrity and objectives and designation of the NSA?
Well, it's that there would be significant effects on 2 of the SLQs in an area that is a not insignificant proportion of the NSA, a distinctive area of the NSA, and therefore if there are effects on the SLQs, that is an effect on the objectives. And if these effects are extensive enough, at which I believe they are, then that affects the integrity of the NSA, because there's a set of effects on 2 SLQs in a distinctive area of the NSA. So the effect on that area is an effect on the whole designation.
Thank you, Dr. Wimble. If you just bear with me one moment. Yes, that's the only question I have, I think. No further questions.
Okay.
Thanks for that. Thanks very much. Dr. Wimble, and thanks, Mr. Gregg. Before everyone goes today, could I just run through a couple of points? Obviously, Nature Scott will be present tomorrow as part of the policy hearing. Would you prefer to discuss the timing of closing submissions at the end of tomorrow, or would you like to have a chat about it just now?
Happy to discuss just now, whenever suits, yeah.
Yeah, my proposition would be for closing submissions from Nature Scott and the council, which I'll speak to the council about on Friday, would be the 31st of March, which would be in 2 weeks' time. I would normally say it's another 2 weeks for the applicant. I'm obviously conscious that the Easter break is within that period, so I would have been happy to take it on to the early to middle part of the following week, if that's suitable. So that would be around about the 17th of April.
That's very helpful.
Yeah.
Although otherwise I'd be writing them in Mallorca. So
you don't want to be doing that. Could I just say that it's now, as I mentioned at the start of the inquiry sessions, it's now essential that we do get a case summary. And I think I'd asked for that to be, the template for that to be issued with the note of the PEM. If that wasn't done, I'll have a chat with the case officer. But basically what happens now is to improve the timing of our decision making. That will be inserted as a unchanged document, an unchanged appendix to my report. So what you have to say, summarising your case, is going to be it. I'm not going to be doing anything further on that within my report. So that will be a standalone position to go to the Scottish Minister. So,
and have you got a preference for how that's done? Is that, I mean, I'm thinking it could be a sort of an executive summary or something like that at the outset, or?
To be honest, I've not seen one before. I've not had a chance to look at the template yet. My understanding is the template should make it reasonably clear what it should take into account, and it would be, I presume, to take the place of what I would normally do at the start of every chapter.
Yeah, fine. Okay, I'll tell you what, we'll have a look, and then maybe we're going to be talking, aren't we, in the hearing session, so we can revisit it, just so we're all clear.
Sure. And I'll try to get hold of the template before Friday, and
that'd be good.
If we have anything to still chat about, if there are any questions, if you can let the case officer know,
yes.
And he can feed them through to myself by email. So one last thing, while we've got the landscape witnesses available as well, I just wanted to have a quick chat about my site inspections. So we talked about other wind farm sites with aviation lighting that I might be able to visit to help, and obviously I'll see Ben and Turk when I'm out on site. I know that the other reporters have been to the Middleton site, and there's been talk about that being visible from various locations in central Scotland. There's been mention of the sites down towards Straven and Douglas. It would probably be helpful just to get an idea, if I'm going to be taking a look at these sites, just for comparison how bright the lights might be. Are there particular locations that you would guide me to view those lights from, these other sites?
I think it's a very, I can start. It's a very technical situation. I think there are dangers because, you know, in relation to the types of lighting, age, size, all those things, that we've tried to be very careful about what we've said. So I think what I'd like to do is just reserve that position, if I may. And we're coming back to the lighting session, aren't we, in the hearing? So just to give as much help as we can. What I would caution against is just a sort of free for all, go and have a look at those and go, oh, there's a light, because that isn't going to be a right comparison. So if I can park it, and we'll come back with as much help as we can.
That would be good. I think the purpose of the other reporters visiting Middleton was just to see a comparison between the 2,000 and 200 lights
in
place. I'm presuming that they are at that level and not
Well, who
above
knows?
or below. That's the thing. I don't actually know.
That's right. That's exactly what I was
So
saying. So,
if there is anything further that any of the parties want to say on that, it would be helpful if I could hear from you this week, if at all possible.
in the lighting session, I'd have thought, Mo, if we can do
Yeah.
that, we'll any further technical information we can give. I also just want to, I know it's not quite what you're talking about, but just in terms of making sure we've got quality of visualizations and all of that, we will perhaps just put a note together. If it was demonstrated to you that there were some difficulties with condensing figures, would you be amenable to getting, if there is a way of getting you the higher resolution images? Is that something?
I think that might be helpful. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We'll have a look at that.
Unless anyone else has any opposition to that.
I'm not saying there is, but I will ask my team, because it feels to me as though there may be a risk there.
Okay. If Nature Scott obviously not participating in the aviation lighting session on Friday, but if you have any particular thoughts that would be helpful to Mason lights in situ, if there are any particular locations that you think that I would benefit from seeing, I'm happy to liaise. I'm happy for the case officer to liaise between the parties. And if you do think there's any limitations, please do feel free to point out what those might be. So
thank you, ma'am. We'll have a think about that. I don't know if Dr. Wimble has anything to add. If you'd like to hear from him, given that he's here today, in terms of your site visits, if that'd be helpful.
Yeah.
Okay. The only two locations I've visited in pursuit of this particular inquiry is obviously the west coast of Arran and the Ben and Turk lights, which in my report I've used as a proxy for the level of light that would be seen from coastal levels. And then I've also looked at Middleton wind farm, which I've seen from the centre of Glasgow and from the road to the east of it that goes to the entrance to Whiteley wind farm.
I have to say, I can't believe I've never been to Whiteley yet. I can see it from many locations, but will I find that road quite easily, the point that you're talking about, where I'll see Middleton?
I guess it depends where you're approaching it, but if you're approaching from the north, you would go from the Glasgow Southern Orbital through Eaglesham.
Right, if I'm coming, I'll probably be coming from M74 direction.
M74 direction. Now you've got my road geography here. I think possibly still you would end up on the Glasgow Southern, but if you ended up, for instance, going over to the M77, then there's a junction there. So it's basically between a junction on the M77 and the settlement of Eaglesham, which lies to the north of the moor on which Whiteley lies. I can't remember the actual road number.
If it's at all possible to pinpoint that a little bit clearer, that would be helpful.
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
Well, if we're going to do that anyway. So I've just told you in broad terms what two lights I've seen and can recommend seeing. I would say for the centre of Glasgow, it really needs to be excellent visibility on the Met Office scale for you to see the 200 CD lights. Because you are seeing it from nearly 16 kilometres and in a lit city.
Sure. Okay. I'm aware of the dangers of making comparisons, but if you think that there's anything that would help me with my site inspections, then I'd be very welcome to take further comments on that.
Well,
Okay.
I'll liaise with the, sorry, ma'am, just to say I'll liaise with the wider Nature Scott team and we'll see if there's any other points of detail that we can provide that might be helpful, and we'll get in touch with the case officer.
And obviously the applicant can make any comments on those submissions.
Yes.
I've just got one point. It's on a slightly different point, but thinking about closing submissions again. And when I've done these cases where you have a kind of restricted number of inquiry sessions, the practice of reporters has varied as to what they want closing submissions on. So can I just be clear here? Are they closing submissions limited to the topics which we have covered? So in other words, the NSA, aviation, lighting and policy? Or is it is the expectation of a more comprehensive sort of topped and tailed section 36 closing submission on matters that actually we haven't, we've not talked about? It feels to me as though, obviously I just want to help you, but it feels to me as though closing submissions ought to be limited really to those topics which we've dealt with here. So
to be honest, it varies, but in my experience, it's tended to be helpful to have the case put to me as a whole, so that you're pulling it together at the end and drawing your own conclusions and what you consider the plan and balance is. So that's for me.
It would include planning balance, obviously, because we've got a session on that. So it's like, so I was meaning landscape, aviation, lighting, and planning balance. But there are obviously a host of other things, and Section 36 legislation, and all of that. And it obviously, I just want to help you, but I wanted to be clear on what you're expecting. It feels to me, I don't know what Mr. Gregg feels. It feels to me as though it perhaps ought to be restricted to the things we're dealing with this week.
Sure. I was going to say that now that we have to have summaries, case summaries from the parties, I think it probably does change the balance of how I would have looked at it in the past. So I think probably in this case, I would be quite content to limit the closing submissions to the topics that we addressed at the inquiry and hearing sessions, but that the case summaries should really address everything. So even if you don't have anything significant to say on matters of, say,
ecology or whatever,
if there is a short summary on each, because I have to otherwise do that myself. And
that's absolutely, that's very helpful, because so there'll be a disparity then, because Nature's Scott are only going to be obviously dealing with landscape and what they're concerned with. And then, just so I understand, what would the council do then?
Well, I think probably the best thing for me to do is to try and get hold of the template to actually see, given that I've not seen it yet.
Because I'm just wondering,
to be honest, I thought that it would be in the file with the note of the pre-inquiry meeting, and it's not. So our template only, internal working template, has been revised only in the past couple of days. So
even, I mean, that's very helpful. But you can see my where that was going was that the council are only turning up to deal with one very specific issue. But do they do closing submissions on everything? Because it is their, they are I don't know. In other words, we're going to be doing the longest closing submissions, and then everyone else will do shorter ones. And that's fine.
It's a very unusual inquiry, this one. I haven't had one with so few parties before. So I think what to do, if you let me have a wee think about it.
I will. You tell us what you want, and then we'll.
I'll have a think. I'll try and get hold of the template. Unfortunately, the case officer is not in the same building as me today. I will email when I'm done and see if he's got a copy. And I'll try and have a think. And if I haven't let you know at one of the sessions between now and the end of Thursday, I'll at least let you know by the end of the week. I'll ask the case officer to send an email out just to clarify the position.
Super. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much. So I'll bring this formal inquiry session to a close, and we'll continue tomorrow morning at 9:30 with the first of the hearing sessions. So thanks again, Dr. Wimble, and I'll see, and thanks, Mr. Gregg. See you tomorrow morning. Mr. Hardy, you'll be here tomorrow and Friday? Yep.
I will, here for the duration.
Yep, right. Thanks very much and have a good evening. Bye.
Thank you.